Chapter 866. The sky was gray. This world seemed to be shrouded by some kind of power. Even Soren felt a sense of oppression and fear after he arrived. However, this feeling only existed for a short while. Soon, Soren's firm will had resisted all the negative effects. He glanced around and saw countless demons and petitioners. Then, he roughly guessed where he was. This should be the place where the soul of the Dread Lord was kept. It was also the throne of fear, in the kingdom of fear in the bottomless abyss. All of this happened in an instant. Although Soren was surprised by the two Vivian's appearance, his long-term adventure still made him habitually understand the surrounding environment. Vivian was a smart girl. If it weren't for the limitations of being a native, her talent would probably be higher than Soren's. This was not only because she was better in a certain aspect, but also because she had an advantage in all aspects, including IQ. Even Soren had to admit this, because when he was Vivian's age, his performance was far inferior to hers. The little girl was barely 11 years old this year. Soren's expression did not escape the little girl's eyes. Then, the two girls in front of him looked at each other. Vivian, who was standing on the left, bowed slightly to Soren. She twirled her skirt and bowed slightly. Then, she said softly, "Brother." "Hello. I'm Lillian." Lillian? The Witch of Fear, Lillian. She had existed for a long time? This sentence shocked Soren like thunder. But then, he seemed to have understood something. He immediately looked at Vivian and frowned. "Vivian, what's going on? Has Lillian already awakened in your body?" "Yes. When we were in Gloria's tower, you called yourself Lillian. So, you've been hiding it from me all this time?" Soren already had a vague guess in his heart. However, Vivian's usual behavior was normal, so he was only slightly suspicious. Today, he actually saw two Vivians. His suspicions in the past immediately had a basis, and he quickly understood the general situation of the matter. "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. But Vivian, who was standing on the right, had a guilty look on her face. She opened her mouth a few times, but she didn't know what to say. She wanted to tell Soren the truth several times, but she didn't know what to say. Forget it. Seeing the little girl's conflicted look, Soren's heart softened. He shook his head and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. The will of the Dread Lord is still watching us. The most important thing now is to get you out of here." Having said that, Soren turned around and looked at Lillian beside him. He was a little unaccustomed to the fact that they looked exactly the same, but he quickly recovered and asked calmly, "When did you start to have self-awareness?" "Self-awareness?" Hearing Soren's words, Lillian, who was standing on the left, was startled. She then whispered, "Brother, I started to have self-awareness when Vivian was born. It's just that the memory at that time was very vague. I only started to understand when Vivian was 3 years old. But when I really woke up, it was after the appearance of the other children of fear." The little girl was very smart. Lillian obviously guessed what Soren wanted to ask. Two souls in one body. Soren immediately understood the key, and also why Lillian called him brother. That was the reason. Lillian was not born out of thin air. Her soul already existed when Vivian was born, but at that time, Vivian's soul was the dominant one, and she fell into a deep sleep. It was even possible that her soul was still controlled by the will of the Dread Lord. According to the normal process, after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, Vivian's soul would disappear due to some accident, and Lillian's soul would replace Vivian's body. At the same time, the will of the Dread Lord would descend on her body. At this time, the conditions for the resurrection of the Dread Lord were about to be met. All the accidents happened because of Soren. First, he delayed the time of Lillian's awakening, then killed some children of fear, and finally, even the vampiric children. These divine powers with the will of the Dread Lord were absorbed and transformed by Soren, and the will of the Dread Lord was naturally killed by him. Note, the details are in the part where Soren walked barefoot for thousands of miles to temper himself by killing the will of the Dread Lord. If these children of fear died in the hands of Vivian, then Lillian would be controlled by the Dread Lord. The will of the Dread Lord gathered little by little. Its influence became greater and greater. Finally, Lillian would become a crazy witch of fear. Soren's appearance changed everything. The will of the Dread Lord was eliminated by Soren, and Lillian grew in another way and retained most of her original memories. And these memories were everything that Vivian had experienced. In other words, the will of the Dread Lord was still unable to control her, which directly led to the emergence of another rebellious version of Vivian. As the Witch of Fear, she was naturally different from Vivian, but her experience was equivalent to another hidden sister of Soren. This was also why she called Soren brother. According to the original nature of the Witch of Fear, he was afraid that she would be very crazy and chaotic. In the past, the Witch of Fear loved to bring destruction and fear, and it was very common for her to massacre cities. Otherwise, in the end, the Silver Moon Lady wouldn't have killed her. But the Lillian in front of him was very quiet, and she didn't look like she was dominated by madness and chaos at all. Now, their forms were made up of souls and spirits, and they were the closest to the essence, representing their truest selves. There might be a small problem. However, Soren quickly accepted Lillian's existence because although she was different from Vivian, some things were very similar. Even the way she called him brother was exactly the same. She experienced everything from the perspective of a bystander to Vivian, and one body, two souls referred to this situation. Come here. Soren didn't have time to think about these things. The most important thing now was to take Vivian and leave this place. The longer they delayed, the higher the chances of the Dread Lord winning. He had to find a way to leave this spiritual space. The Dread Lord is secretly watching us. Soren looked at the countless demons and petitioners around him. These were all illusions of the spiritual world, and they didn't directly reach the throne of fear, so the Dread Lord's power wasn't at its strongest yet. Soren thought of this and said seriously, "Hold on to me tightly later. I will try to use my divine power to break open the space and bring you back to the real world. No matter what happens when you break open the space, don't let go. You must remember this. Otherwise, the Dread Lord will most likely trap you in this spiritual world formed by the throne of fear." The two girls heard this and nodded seriously. Then, they hugged Soren's arms from both sides. They had been trapped here for quite some time. As mortals, they knew nothing about the power of gods, and they didn't know how to leave this space. The Dread Lord wanted to use this to wear down their will and make them gradually fall into madness and chaos due to the oppressive and terrifying environment. At that time, there would be a loophole in their will, and the Dread Lord would take advantage of it to control them. Although this was a spiritual world, it perfectly replicated everything in the kingdom of fear. In other words, this place was shrouded in the power of the fear domain. Soren couldn't stay here for too long, and he had to bring the two girls out. "Are you ready?" Soren looked around with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "When we break open the space later, the Dread Lords will definitely stop us. You have to be careful. P.S. There's only one update for today. This part of the plot requires a lot of thinking before it can be written. A public WeChat account posted a lowly picture that looks like Vivian today. You can go and see if it looks like her." Chapter 867. Changing Reality, Divinity, Ability. With the entry of Soren, the whole spiritual space became more and more oppressive. This meant that the will of the Dread Lord had begun to act. Soren's entry made him feel uneasy and was secretly preparing to launch an attack. This was a spiritual space, a collision of will and strength. The Dread Lord, as an old great divine power, naturally had his own trump cards. But at the same time, Sauron, as a new god, also had great perseverance from a mortal to the present. The confrontation between the two sides made it so that neither side was sure to win. At most, it was a tie. The golden light of divinity appeared. Soren's whole body seemed to be covered by a golden light. The light of divinity covered Vivian and Lillian, and then a trace of visible black aura was expelled from their bodies. This was the power of the Dread Lord after he trapped them in the spiritual space. It was also a kind of negative emotion that contained fear. The arrival of Soren dispelled this evil power and made the two girls feel more at ease than ever. At the same time, in Vivian's room in the real world, Soren's body was also covered by a golden light. At the same time, the great temple of Motor City suddenly shone brightly, and a hazy shadow appeared above the statue of the central temple. The archbishop in charge of maintaining the temple immediately noticed the abnormality and noticed that Soren was extracting the power of faith from the temple. So, he immediately began to organize all the priests and believers in the temple to pray and feed the power of the temple back to Soren. Soren did not dare to be careless when dealing with the Dreadlord. Although he was dead, his soul still remained in the kingdom of fear. The power of divinity interfered with the whole space. Everything around Soren was distorted, and the figures of countless demons and petitioners became more and more illusory. At the same time, the whole throne of fear shook slightly. Soren directly used his divine power to distort reality to break the spiritual world of the Dreadlord. When a slight crack appeared and was noticed by Soren in his divine form, he immediately raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Change space, divinity, power. The key to breaking out of this situation was at this moment. Soren immediately used the power of this space manipulation to open up a crack, and then prepared to leave with Vivian and Lillian. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. In the center of the throne of terror, a tall, slender, and beautiful woman appeared. She had a scar on the side of her face, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. Her expression was empty, as though she was a puppet. She turned to Lillian and said, "Witch of terror, Lillian, have you forgotten the purpose of your birth? Your existence is to resurrect Father, son of fear." As soon as the beautiful woman spoke, Soren knew her identity. However, most of the signs of fear in the material plane were already dead. The woman in front of him looked like a puppet. She might not even be a living being, but a puppet that the dread demon god had gathered. Finger of death. Lillian gave the most obvious answer to her question. The little girl raised her hand and threw out a finger of death. Then she curled her lips and said, "I am Lillian. I am me. My fate is not to resurrect the dread demon god. My fate is decided by myself." The beautiful woman dissipated directly under the spell. Lillian's performance made Soren quite fond of her. She was very much to his liking. It had to be said that under normal circumstances, Lillian, who was not affected by the will of the dread demon god, acted more decisively like Soren as soon as the beautiful woman died. But things didn't end like that. A beam of light rose from Soren's palm and broke through the sky, but a second figure appeared on the throne of terror. This time, it was an elven ranger. Unlike the previous beautiful woman, Soren knew this elven ranger because they had encountered this elven ranger and were attacked by the hunters. This was the first son of fear that Soren killed. Now one thing was certain. All the sons of fear that appeared on the throne of terror were dead. Their souls were bound in it for some reason. The dread demon god had obviously left something in advance. The elven ranger didn't say much, but directly attacked Soren and the others. He tried to stay and kill the 3 people in front of him. Greater disintegration. A spell appeared directly, and the elven ranger was killed on the spot. However, with the death of the elven ranger, this time 2 sons of fear appeared on the throne of terror. One was dressed as a wizard, and the other looked like a barbarian. These 2 sons of fear were obviously more powerful. The will of the dread demon god was preventing them from leaving. When the 3rd batch of sons of fear was killed, the 4th batch of sons of fear appeared again. It was as if they couldn't be killed. In a short time, more than 10 sons of fear had appeared in a row, and they were getting stronger and stronger. "Leave it to me." Soren frowned and glanced at the sons of fear in front of him. It was now the 5th batch. Just as he broke through the space, the sons of fear appeared faster and faster. Death's hand. Most of the sons of fear were close to the legendary level. In front of Soren, they had no power to fight back. However, the later their powers seemed to be more and more concentrated, and the sons of fear that appeared became stronger and stronger. Soren even had a feeling that he might meet an old opponent. His premonition came true. When Soren killed the 7th batch of sons of fear, the whole throne of terror suddenly trembled, and then all the power began to gather toward the center. Then countless blood-red bats appeared and directly gathered in the center of the throne of terror to form a handsome but very dangerous man in a noble suit. Vampire demigod Reinhardt. The Dread Lord had indeed left a mark on the soul of the Sons of Fear. Although the vampire demigod Reinhardt in front of him still looked like a shell, his expression was obviously not the same as all the previous Sons of Fear. He smiled strangely at Soren and said slowly, "Leave them. Otherwise, you will stay here forever." This arrogant tone made Soren frown. Then he raised his hand and sent out a divine shockwave. He said coldly, "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time." The divine shock wave directly hit Reinhardt and sent him flying. However, he was not seriously injured. As a most powerful Son of Fear, his recovery speed was amazing. Soren was always paying attention to the surroundings. Since even Reinhardt had appeared, it was only a matter of time before the Dreadlords will appear. This would be the first head-on confrontation between them. P.S. That's all for today. Let's prepare and try to finish this paragraph tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chapter 868. Haha. Strange laughter sounded. After the demigod vampire took a round of attacks from Soren, he was still intact. His body continued to repair at an amazing speed, and it seemed that the power of the Sons of Fear had gathered on him. From a certain perspective, the current him was even more powerful than when he was alive. No. The real demigod vampire was dead. His soul was finally imprisoned by the Hellpemer, so the demigod vampire in front of him should be the incarnation of the Dreadlord. Divine Shockwave, Shadow Step, Shadow Divinity, Order Death. Soren didn't want to fight with his opponent for a long time. This was the spiritual world created by the Dreadlord, which was equivalent to the enemy's home space. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The demigod vampire recovered too quickly, so Soren simply used a round of big moves. At that time, the demigod vampire was in a state of near death, and finally, he used Order Death to end his opponent. The demigod vampire died on the spot. Although Reinhardt was very strong, Soren was no longer who he used to be. Now, his strength had improved a lot compared to the past. As a god with mid-level divine power, even the demigod vampire would find it difficult to survive one round of his attacks. But at the moment when the demigod vampire died, a little accident happened. His body suddenly turned into a sky full of bats, and then he was resurrected in the throne of fear. It's useless. This is our world. You can't kill me here. The handsome face of the demigod vampire gradually distorted, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Then he rushed towards Soren again. He had fully recovered. There was no trace of injury at all. If there was any change, it was that his strength seemed to be a little stronger than before. This was something that Soren couldn't understand. He didn't know what power the Dreadlord kept in this space. At present, the only thing that Soren could be sure of was that this space had some connection with the throne of fear in the real world, because even if he wanted to open a crack, it would not be so easy. Plain teleportation, divine spark. However, what was the basis of this spiritual space? Soren was prepared to use brute force to create a crack. He activated his divine power and instantly entered his divine spirit form. Then, he reached out and grabbed Vivian and Lillian. With a wave of his hand, he used his divine power to tear open a spatial rift and teleported them out. The entire space shook violently. The throne of fear that was built in the center of this world was slowly collapsing. Soren let out a sigh of relief after sending the two girls out. However, at this time, the demigod vampire's expression suddenly became ferocious. He roared madly. "Since you insist on sending them away, then you can stay here yourself." The demigod vampire's body began to twist. His originally handsome appearance began to become ferocious, and his body expanded at an astonishing speed. Bone spurs appeared on his back, and a pair of ferocious horns grew out of his forehead. A tail with poisonous thorns also appeared on his tailbone. At this moment, the appearance of the demigod vampire had changed greatly. He looked like a demon from the bottomless abyss. No, it should be said that he looked like a slaughterer. The power of the Dreadlord came from the three gods of death, which meant that he came from the same source as Soren, the ancient god of death, Jurgel. After Jurgel was tired of the constraints of the divine title, he gave his power to the three gods of death at that time. Among them, the god of slaughter, Baal gave birth to the son of slaughter. The god of tyranny, Bane, was resurrected after death and expanded his divine title into fear. Eventually, he fell in the hands of the Dreadlord. To put it simply, the power of the Dreadlord was inherited from the three gods of death. His core priesthoods were fear and destruction. He himself was also an evolution of death and slaughter. The form that the demigod vampire had now transformed into was a slaughterer full of destructive aura. In other words, he was now the incarnation of the Dreadlord. It finally appeared. The invisible power of the law bound the space. After Vivian and Lillian were sent away, Soren was temporarily trapped in this world. However, his expression did not show any panic. His power and that of the Dreadlord came from the same source. Although Soren was only in intermediate divine power, which was far inferior to the greater divine power of the Dreadlord's body was already dead. It was just an incarnation controlled by his soul, which was not enough to threaten Soren's life. Slaughter domain, death domain. For the first time, the power that was close to the origin collided violently. The blood of the son of slaughter that Soren inherited and the fusion of the death domain spread throughout the entire space, while the demigod vampire slaughterer incarnation shrouded the entire throne with the power of destruction and fear. Shadow divine title. The space was still in the hands of the Dreadlord, which was a little unfavorable for Soren. So he activated his divine title of Shadow in an instant. And then he saw that everything in the whole world was covered with a gray haze. The sky became gray. The earth became gray. Everything was like a shadow that made people feel depressed and uneasy. In this spiritual world, Soren's shadow even directly reflected on everything, making the whole space look like a shadow plane. A silver-white stream of light emerged. Soren's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind the slaughterer. With a storm-like attack, countless wounds immediately appeared on the body of the slaughterer. Blasphemy, death, the light of divinity emerged. Soren's figure did not leave any trace. It appeared completely out of thin air wherever he wanted to appear. This was the power of the Shadow divine title. Soren was the master of the shadow. He could travel through shadows at will within the range of the shadow. The end. The incarnation of the vampiric demigod vampire was once again killed by Soren. However, at the moment of the slaughterer's death, suddenly a ferocious and terrifying shadow of the demon god appeared. It madly rushed towards Soren and actually tried to occupy his will. The throne of fear gradually collapsed. The whole spiritual world was on the verge of destruction, and the body of the Dread Lord finally appeared. In the space where Vivian and Lillian had been teleported out, the crazy Dreadlord actually tried to occupy Soren, who had also absorbed the power of the divine title of fear. You're overestimating yourself. Soren looked at the shadow of the demon god that rushed toward him. His whole body turned into a golden humanoid, directly transforming into a divine form and colliding with the Dreadlord. The collision of souls broke out in an instant. At this moment, the throne of fear was completely shattered, and the whole spiritual world collapsed rapidly. After a violent collision, Soren's golden figure turned into a beam of light that went straight into the sky. Then he completely disappeared from this world. Where is this? It only took a moment to travel through space. When Soren defeated the will of the Dreadlord and returned again, he was surprised to find that he did not return to the city of Moder. He did not even return to his body at all. He appeared in a dusky world, a real world. In front of Soren's eyes was a wide river, and he did not know where it flowed to. He could see countless souls floating in the river, and there were vague figures wearing black tattered cloaks and holding huge scythes patrolling around the river. Soren looked at everything in front of him. and his expression seemed a little confused. He murmured, "The river Styx? How did I suddenly appear in the underworld?" This was the territory of the Grim Reaper. The closest to the material plane was the shadow plane, and the next closest to the shadow plane was the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm was already a forbidden area for the living. Most of the creatures there were in the form of spirits and undead. Below the spiritual realm was the river Styx. The river Styx began to branch from here. The main river of the river Styx went directly to the sea of the underworld, and other branches went to the lower planes such as the Bator Inferno, the bottomless abyss, the gray wilderness, and the scorched hell. Very few people entered the underworld. Only the most daring demon Soul Stealer dared to sneak into the underworld and steal souls from the servants of the Grim Reaper. Soren was now in the underworld, and he appeared in the underworld in the form of Soul. According to the width of the river Styx and the patrolling servants of the Grim Reaper, his position was very likely to be close to the sea of the underworld. Chapter 869. Why did he suddenly come to the underworld? At this moment, Soren was also a little confused because he still remembered what happened at the last moment. At that time, he had already suppressed the power of the Dreadlord. After all, a dead god couldn't cause too much trouble. At the last moment, the Dreadlord was doomed to fail, so he directly attacked Soren, trying to use Soren's connection with absorbing the divinity of fear to occupy his mind. How could he possibly succeed in this? Soren's will was as strong as steel. He directly transformed into his divine form and smashed the spirit of the Dreadlord. As an ancient, great divine power, the essence of the Dreadlord's soul was preserved on the throne of fear inside the divine kingdom of fear after his death. In other words, as long as the throne of fear was not destroyed, his spirit and soul could be constantly repaired. Even if the divine will was suppressed and killed by Soren, it would only make him weak, but it couldn't really kill the Dreadlord. To put it simply, the Dreadlord was now like a lich, and now the throne of fear was his phylactery. Something's wrong. After Soren defeated the spiritual entity of the Dreadlord's first attack, he set the teleportation beacon at Mordor City before the space shattered and was ready to directly return to his physical body. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible for a god to have an accident when using the divinity of plane teleportation to teleport. Therefore, Soren's appearance in the underworld was most likely due to a man-made reason, and the person who could interfere with his teleportation and set it in the underworld must have a much higher divinity than Soren. There are not many such existences in the whole multiverse. As for the one who had something to do with the underworld, it seemed that there was only one, the ancient god of death, Jurgle. As soon as Soren thought of this, he heard a calm and indifferent voice saying slowly, "The new shadow god, the one outside of fate, welcome to the underworld. I was just wondering when you would think of me." The god of death, Jurgle. Even though Soren had yet to see him, his voice was enough to prove his identity. Jurgle's last words also proved his identity. This was because some abnormally powerful gods had the ability to sense. For their divine names, not to mention speaking them out loud, just hearing them in one's mind would produce a divine sense. As soon as Soren thought of Jurgle, the god of death, he was able to sense the presence of a divine being. This kind of divine power was beyond Soren's understanding of divine beings. The fog in front of him gradually dispersed. A pair of death servants in tattered gray cloaks appeared in front of Soren. In front of them was a boat of the river Styx, with necromancers holding books and pens on both sides. They were all natives of the underworld. The Grim Reaper rarely received souls personally. To the deities who held the divine title of death, their duty was to maintain the order of death in the multiverse and the movement of souls. On the other hand, the death that mortals would sometimes unwittingly see was actually an attendant chosen from their believers. Just like the otherworldly oracles that Soren prepared to help him manage the kingdom of God, the death servants were a different kind of oracles. These existences, similar to petitioners, would not be trapped in the underworld. They were endowed with a little divinity of death and could travel between many planes. Lord of Shadows, please come with me. A hoarse voice was heard. The necromancer with a withered face made an inviting gesture to Soren and slowly said, "My lord, Jurgle, wants to see you." No one knew how long this necromancer had existed. His soul was full of the smell of decay. The ancient Grim Reaper, Jurgle, liked to record death. Many of his followers started recording all kinds of deaths in the Thorium era. The necromancer in front of him was probably above level 35. Although his name was not spread in the multiverse, Soren could sense that this necromancer was not much weaker than some famous liches left behind from the Nesser era. This was the foundation of time. As the oldest Grim Reaper in the multiverse, Jurgle probably had many servants like this under his command. Yes, Soren was not afraid at all. Instead, he was a little curious and directly followed the necromancer to the Boat of the Styx. Jurgle was not a god that needed to be afraid. This was because, to a certain extent, he was a god that disliked the affairs of the other gods. Even when the god of murder went crazy, Jurgle only had a slight trace of mockery. He did not have the slightest intention of interfering. Even before the rise of the three death gods, Jurgle was already tired of his priesthood. He gave away almost all of his core priesthoods, only keeping a part related to the death records. In the following years, most of Jurgle's tasks were to help the king of the dead familiarize himself with his priesthood. After giving up his priesthood, Jurgle had been living like this. In a way that was close to being a hermit, he first assisted the king of bones, Mirko, then the king of the dead, Clemvox. Other than helping them maintain the law of death, Jurgle did not interfere with the affairs of the other gods. Currently, Jurgle was a minor divine power. There was almost no religion in the mortal world. Only the oldest writings recorded a little bit of it. In the Eastern Kingdom, there was a small inscription that recorded such a short passage. The ancient Grim Reaper, Jurgle, was tired of fulfilling his duties. When he was almost forgotten by the world, he gave most of his priesthoods to the god of tyranny, Bane, the god of murder, Baal, and the king of bones, Mirko. After the death of these gods, he continued to serve the god of murder, Cyric, and the king of the dead, Clemvox. He was only loyal to the position of king of the dead, so if the incumbent could not fulfill his duties properly, he would secretly overthrow him. Jurgle barely maintained his cooperation with the former Grim Reaper, Clemvox, and was quite harmonious with the current Grim Reaper, and still had a contemptuous attitude towards Cyric. In the Eastern Kingdom, there was an abandoned ruin, and there was such a short passage recorded in it. Why did the Grim Reaper, Jurgle, want to see him? The first thing that came to Soren's mind was someone outside of fate. Gloria also said that he was outside of the River of Fate. According to the divination of the Northern Witches, people outside of fate were full of infinite variables. The most representative of them were Cyric and Clemvox, who had inherited the priesthood of death respectively. Although Jurgle was powerful, Soren was not afraid. The source of his power came from Jurgle, the Grim Reaper, and this existence almost no longer interfered with the affairs of mortals and gods. P.S. First update. Today is the 3rd. Chapter 870. Soren soon met Jurgle. This legendary ancient god of death looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary necromancer scholar. At this moment, he was holding a quill pen and writing something on a parchment on the boat of the River Styx. The Church of Jurgle had always been recording death, and it could even be said that it was waiting for the moment when everything ended. Because in the Church of Jurgle, it was believed that even the planes and the universe had a moment of death. There were even people who once thought that the real mission of Jurgle was to witness and record the death of the entire multiverse. The Avatar crisis did not seem to have much impact on Jurgle, because his priesthood had basically been given away. The king of the dead, Clemvox, should have fallen to the material plane, but Jurgle seemed to have no impact on the underworld. But it seemed that he should not be able to enter his own kingdom at the moment. But there was nothing in his kingdom. At his level, he probably did not even need a kingdom. Great divinity, the existence closest to the great divine power in the entire multiverse. Although he gave up the priesthood of death, he was still the most powerful ancient god. If the gods were the product of the law, then at Jurgil's level, he was close to the great law. In the long history of the multiverse, he was the only god who gave his power to others because he was tired of his priesthood. And after so many years of divine wars and catastrophes, he was still alive and well with only minor divine power. No god dared to provoke him. He became a bystander and only occasionally helped the new god of death to manage things. There was one thing that must be mentioned. Soren had always thought that the expansion of the river Styx was inseparable from the god of death, Jurgil, because in the most ancient times, the river Styx was just a small branch, but now the river Styx had run through the entire multiverse. There were even branches of the river Styx on Mountain Paradise. It was worth mentioning that the god of death, Jurgil, had a good relationship with the ancient sun god, Amun-Ada. After the ancient sun god fell, the reincarnation of Luo-Shanda was now the god of light. The expansion of the river Styx was not recorded in history, but since the birth of many planes, the river Styx had flowed from the highest level of Mountain Paradise to the deepest part of the abyss. Soren would never believe that Jurgil, the god of death, wasn't behind all of this. Furthermore, there had been the Wall of the Faithless in the past, but the Nether River was now maintaining the cycle of life and death across the multiverse. Very few souls were sealed inside the Wall of the Faithless, with most souls being transported to the Origin Sea through the Nether River and eventually reborn from death. That was how the development of death came about, and Jurgil's shadow was behind everything. Young deity. Jurgil's face was withered, and he looked like a mummy. As the oldest god, he didn't seem to care about his appearance. The ancient god of death slowly put down the quill and looked up at Soren. "You seem to have a lot of questions." "Yes." Soren nodded. After thinking for a while, he asked directly, "Did you summon me here?" Jurgil glanced at him and said calmly, "I guess so." Soren frowned. "Why did you summon me to the underworld, Lord Jurgil?" He went straight to the point. For a bystander like Jurgil, Soren didn't need to beat around the bush. Even in this Avatar's crisis, Jurgil was still a little detached from the world, because even this Avatar's crisis couldn't completely affect him. If gods were regarded as gods, then the Avatar's crisis was a tribulation of heaven and earth, and Jurgil had already transcended the tribulation. There must be a reason for such a being to meet Soren in person. Such a being must have his own mission. Just like Father Oak could sacrifice himself without hesitation, Jurgil must have his own ultimate goal, and it was very likely that this goal was beyond all the gods. Just a small matter. Jurgil's tone didn't change. He said slowly, "Everything has an end, and those who welcome the end but don't want to return to death always make me feel a little troubled. I have a little trouble that I need you to help me solve." "Trouble?" Soren listened to Jurgil thoughtfully. "Welcome the end, but don't want to return to death. Are you talking about the Dread Lord?" The Dread Lord was dead, but he wasn't completely dead yet. His power came from Jurgil, and his state of being near death could indeed make Jurgil feel troubled. Jurgil nodded slowly. Then he looked at Soren and said, "People outside of fate are full of infinite variables. Transcending death means transcending fate. The last Avatar's crisis gave birth to a group of new gods. And this time's Avatar's crisis means that the laws of the multiverse have changed again. Some gods should disappear with the laws, but because of you, there are some changes outside of fate. What I need to do now is to correct the part that belongs to death. The Dread Lord should have fallen. He turned death into pure destruction and fear, which has deviated from the true meaning of death. I hope you can destroy him. If possible, it's best to take over a part of the clergy of death. Although Clemvox is a qualified god of death, he's still too kind. Eternal sleep is just to maintain the rules of death, but it can't make death go any further. The Lord of Eternal Sleep, Clemvox. After Clemvox took over the clergy of death, he was obsessed with letting the undead enter eternal sleep. He was not as cruel as the other gods of death. After the last Avatar's crisis, Clemvox took over the clergy of death. He spent most of his time with Jurgil in the Crystal Tower of the Underworld, learning about the responsibilities and requirements of the position of king of the dead from the latter. Although the Forgotten One, another name of Jurgel's cold practical views and merciless cold-bloodedness troubled Klemvox, he still respected Jurgel very much. It was not an exaggeration to say that he believed in this ancient god. Although the two got along quite well, Klemvox was a kind warrior when he was alive. There were many contradictions between his ideas and Jurgel's. Strictly speaking, Jurgel the god of death should be ruthless and neutral. He believed that death treated all things the same, and there was no difference between good and evil. Klemvox, on the other hand, was more inclined to kindness. The church had been doing more to appease the undead for so many years, and he even developed the field of eternal sleep. "Is that all?" Soren frowned and looked at Jurgel, then slowly said, "The Dread Lord is an enemy that I have to destroy. Even without your order, I will find a way to kill him completely. The Dread Lord must die. If he doesn't die, Vivian won't be safe." Jurgel was not surprised by Soren's words, because he had long noticed this new god. When Soren became a god, he had already entered Jurgel's sight. He said lightly, "If that's the case, there's another thing that may trouble you, but this is also a fate that you can't escape." Chapter 871. Fate. Soren could not help but frown when he heard that. Death God Jurgel did not have any reaction to this. Instead, he said calmly, "As a new god, your performance has surprised many people. However, there was someone who was even more amazing than you. In just a few years, he went from a mortal to a god, and a powerful one at that. He obtained most of the death priesthoods. Do you know who he is?" Soren could not help but tremble when he heard Jurgel's words. He then said in a low voice, "Yes, he is Sirik." Jurgel's eyes moved a little when he mentioned this name. He then continued, "That's right, he is Sirik, the fastest rising mortal in the history of the multiverse. He even became one of the most powerful gods. Klemvox is the king of the dead, but the one who obtained most of my death priesthoods was Sirik. He first took Mirko's death priesthoods, and then Baal's massacre priesthoods. He even took in most of Banon's believers when he died. However, Sirik's ambition was too great. He was eventually destroyed by his own crazy ambition. As a god, you should know a little about this history. Later, under my guidance, Klemvox took Mirko's death priesthoods from Sirik and became the king of the dead. Sirik's madness did not stop because of this. After losing Mirko's death priesthoods, he turned his ambition to the god of tyranny, Banon, who had just been resurrected. This battle between the gods was not recorded in history. However, in the end, he succeeded. The god of tyranny, Banon, fell. The priesthoods that originally belonged to Banon became empty because of this. However, the gods at that time were already afraid of what Sirik had done. They were afraid that Sirik would cause another catastrophe after obtaining the power of the god of tyranny. Hence, the priesthood of the god of tyranny eventually fell into the hands of a lucky person in this conspiracy. He is the current Dreadlord, but because of Sirik, the Dreadlord moved his kingdom to the abyss. Sirik's crazy ambition has made the gods dissatisfied and afraid. After the death of the god of tyranny, the gods finally decided to join forces to punish and judge Sirik. In the end, he was exiled and sealed. Even now, he is still imprisoned in the space where the gods sealed him. The words of death Jurgel ended here. However, Soren had already understood the general situation of the matter. This matter was indeed related to the god of murder, because according to the original history, Sirik should have escaped during the middle and later stages of the Avatar crisis. For Sirik, this troublemaker, most of the gods had a headache because his ambition was too great. He was not satisfied with being one of the strongest gods at that time. He even tried to become the only true god at that time. If he had not done this, Sirik's ending would not have been so tragic. At that time, the gods could not defeat Sirik at all without joining forces. At his peak, Sirik was very close to the great divine power. At the same time, he mastered the priesthoods of death, slaughter, and conspiracy, and incorporated most of the original followers of the three gods of death. It could be said that he became the evil god with the most followers and the most priesthoods at that time. What Death Jurgle was really worried about was not the Dreadlord, but the god of murder, Cyric, who had not yet been released. The priesthood of Baal was on him. At present, the situation of the Death God system was that Clemvox was in charge of the priesthood of the King of the Dead. He was currently a great divine power, and the Dreadlord was also a great divine power, but now he had fallen. The core of the Slaughter priesthood was on Cyric, and he was also in charge of the Conspiracy priesthood. At the end of the first Avatar crisis, Cyric regarded Clemvox as his greatest enemy, and at the same time, he hated the third-generation goddess of magic very much. However, later, the god of tyranny was resurrected, and he regarded tyranny as his greatest threat. At that time, after the conspiracy to kill the god of tyranny, Cyric also took part of tyranny's priesthood. Together with the original Slaughter priesthood, he was almost the most dangerous among the great divine powers. Therefore, even if Cyric had been sealed for a long time, when he ran out during the Avatar crisis, his power was maintained above the intermediate divine power. He was not like Soren's half-baked intermediate divine power now. He was the kind of intermediate divine power that was above the old gods and very close to the great divine power. According to the progress of the past history, Cyric was scheming for the power of the Dreadlord as soon as he came out, and if he could seize the priesthood of the Dreadlord, then even the current king of the dead, Clemvox, would not be his opponent at all. He was the existence that gave Death Jurgle a headache. Sure enough, they wanted him to deal with Cyric. Soren quickly guessed the whole story, but his heart was a little heavy. Jurgle was right. Cyric was one of the enemies that Soren had to face. Because Soren himself had the blood of the son of Slaughter, he now had the Slaughter domain and received the information of the Slaughter priesthood. It was because Cyric was sealed that Soren could steal and obtain the Slaughter priesthood. Otherwise, if Cyric was fine, he would not be able to get the information of the Slaughter priesthood so easily. Moreover, Cyric was a very narrow-minded, self-centered, and extremely extreme god. With such a character, if he ran out after being sealed for a long time and suddenly found that part of his Slaughter priesthood had been taken away by Soren, then what would he do? Soren would almost certainly start a war with him, and in this hostile relationship, there would be a fight for the power of the Dreadlord. Everything started to become clear. Soren immediately grasped the key to breaking the situation, and that was the dead Dreadlord. Now, Soren and Cyric were both mid-level gods, and even if there was a gap, it would not be too big. Cyric was a loner, and he had made too many enemies. His enemies were everywhere in the pantheon of gods. Soren's relationship with other gods was not bad, and he even had some gods as allies. If they really fought, the chances of winning should be about 50%. So the power of the Dreadlord was the key. If Soren could obtain the power of the Dreadlord, or if he could help Vivian obtain the power of the Dreadlord, then there would be no problem in dealing with Cyric. But if Cyric obtained the power of the Dreadlord, then Soren would have almost no chance of winning. That was probably the reason why Jurgle wanted to see him today. Perhaps to this primordial god of death who no longer cared about the affairs of the gods, Cyric was a troublemaker who caused a huge headache. P.S. Third update. Please pay attention. Chapter 872. Cyric was an anomaly among the natives. Looking at the history of the entire multiverse, no one rose faster than him. Even the adventurers who were lucky enough to become gods during the Avatar crisis were far behind him. If one only looked at the first half of Cyric's story, then he had the aura of a protagonist. He went all the way from a mortal to one of the most powerful gods at that time. However, if one added Cyric's record of courting death in the second half of the story, then the whole story had the illusion of a protagonist turning into a villain. It could be said that Cyric finally forced the gods to join forces to seal him, because he was too ambitious and loved courting death. After all, he was the one who had gathered all the clergies of the three gods of death. Even the main gods of the pantheon did not dare to look down on him. Cyric, on the other hand, had been acting alone for a very long time. He only had temporary allies and no subordinate gods. Soren fell into silence. He was not very confident in dealing with Sirik. Every time he mentioned Sirik, he felt that this guy seemed to have the aura of a protagonist. If he wanted to deal with him, Soren felt that he needed to hug the legs of the goddess of luck. Although Sirik was unlucky, that was also the effect of the protagonist's aura. If it was another god who courted death like that, it would not be as simple as being sealed. They would probably be dead. Schemes that would have been punishable by death in the hands of other gods were merely sealed away in the hands of Sirik. And he actually came out during the time of troubles. Dealing with Sirik was much more difficult than dealing with the Shadow Lord. Although Sirik's strength had been greatly reduced, his clergies were still murder, lie, deceit, and illusion. His domains were chaos, destruction, slaughter, evil, illusion, and crafty. That's right. Sirik also had the crafty domain, and his abilities were almost all combat type. While Soren was deep in thought, Grim Reaper Jurgel spoke again. Dealing with Sirik won't be easy, but I can give you some help. In any case, this little bit of power won't be of much use to me. Since that's the case, let it be the foundation of your death priesthood. After that, the ancient god of death, Jurgel, pointed at Soren, and a golden light appeared. Then, a strong aura of death rushed into Soren's body. Rows of data appeared. Receive the gift of the Grim Reaper, Jurgel. You've obtained the divine power of death. You have obtained partial information about the divine domain of death. The second message from the death clergy appeared. The god of death, Jurgel, gave a portion of his divine power to Soren, helping him get one step closer to the divine domain of death. My priesthood doesn't suit you. After Jurgel was done, he slowly said, so you will have to rely on yourself to wield the power of the divine domain of death. For now. The god of death, Jurgel, only kept 3 priesthoods related to death. They were Fatalism, Death Recorder, and Tomb Guard. These 3 were insignificant priesthoods, and these priesthoods didn't suit Soren at all. The only reason Jurgel kept these priesthoods was to make it easier for him to record deaths. As a great existence of divinity, he almost gave up most of his divinity and divine power. All right, after Jurgel was done, he waved his hand and said, you should go back now. Don't stay in the underworld for too long. The gods were very weak during the time of troubles, and the saints couldn't resist the corrosion of the underworld. The underworld was a very special place. Under normal circumstances, even if it wasn't during the Avatar crisis, the gods didn't like to enter the underworld. Soren came back to his senses. He bowed slightly to Jurgel in front of him to express his gratitude, then turned and walked out. In any case, Jurgel helped him get one step closer to obtaining the divine domain of death. The ancient god of death had been looking for a suitable agent. The 3 gods of death of the previous generation were the first agents he chose, and now the king of the dead, Klemvox, was the second agent he chose. This existence's domain of death was beyond any other god. Even Soren didn't know what he wanted. After leaving the Boat of the Styx, Soren directly teleported back to the city of Moder. There was nothing to stay in the underworld, and Klemvox, the king of the dead, might not be very friendly to Soren. After all, his relationship with the goddess of magic was complicated, and there was a certain competitive relationship with her. As soon as he returned to the city of Moder, Soren saw Vivian standing nervously beside him, and in front of him was Soren's body, which seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed. Soul separation was very simple for Soren. In the blink of an eye, Soren returned to his body, and at this moment, the little girl saw him wake up and rushed to him, holding his hand tightly and saying, "Brother, you're finally awake. I was so worried." Soren smiled and touched the little girl's head. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "Are you Vivian or Lillian?" The little girl's expression froze when she heard the words. Then she whispered, "I'm Vivian. Lillian rarely comes out. She usually controls the body in the afternoon or evening." "Brother, I'm sorry." As if she felt that she had done something wrong, Vivian apologized without saying a word. Soren originally wanted to scold her, but after seeing the god of death, Jurgel, Sirik's existence was like a mountain on his body, making him feel a little nervous. The Dreadlord had not been dealt with yet, and now Sirik had come out. Soren felt that time was not on his side. Compared to these things, Lillian's existence was not that important. As long as he could get rid of the Dreadlord and Sirik, it would be easier to reconstruct the body and soul separation. Sirik must also be killed, because even if he killed the Dreadlord, if he did not kill Sirik, he would definitely turn his attention to Vivian, who had just inherited the Dreadlord's power. A new god who had just inherited the power. Oh my god, what an easy lamb to deal with. If Sirik did not die, he would be plotting all day long to kill Vivian and take her godhood. Lillian was still within Soren's acceptable range. However, Sirik belonged to the category of gods who must die. Soren felt that he had to think carefully, especially to organize his thoughts and recall the gods who were the most hostile to Sirik. To deal with someone like Sirik, who had great luck, he could only think of ways to borrow his strength. P.S. First update. There's another chapter for today. Chapter 873. Gloria returned to the city of Moder the next day. She brought back a lot of alchemy devices and went into crazy research as soon as she came back. Soren didn't tell her about Sirik. As a mortal, she couldn't help much now. Telling her would make Gloria worry more. Vivian woke up in the form of a demigod. At present, the only thing the little girl lacked was a clergy. As long as she had a clergy, she could be promoted to minor divine power. A lot of things happened during this time. First of all, the goddess of fortune appeared in the city of wealth. The reason seemed to be related to the legendary lucky coin. Soren didn't know if he should get close to the goddess because he had the blessing of the goddess of misfortune. Then, the elves and the orcs broke out again. This time, the scale was much smaller. It seemed that the two divine systems had restrained a lot. The internal strife of the drows had stopped. The Queen of Spiders should have regained control of everything. There were gradually signs of unification inside the Underdark. The Principality of Rossard was more serious. As Soren guessed, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was backed by a demon duke, and it was the legendary Queen of Umal, Lord of Hell, the daughter of Asmodeus. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Even the Church of the God of Light was now having a headache. It was not difficult to deal with the Queen of Umal, but if Asmodeus was drawn out, then only the God of Light himself could deal with him, right? There was another standard of great divinity. In addition to death, the other was the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. He had experienced the ancient war and killed many ancient demons. The Queen of Umal should be the first demon duke to appear in the eyes of the world. As the daughter of Asmodeus, she had always tried to prove her ability. She didn't rely on her father's power, but relied on her own strength to achieve the status of Demon Duke. So this time, the trouble caused by the Church of Light would not be so easy to solve. At least the confrontation between the demons and the church would last for a while. Soren had been paying attention to the outside world. However, because he knew about Sirik, he didn't want to intervene in many things. The latest news was related to the Halflings. As a race with a small population, the Halflings also had their own gods. This time, the Halflings' guardian goddess, Yoda, seemed to have appeared. The goddess who had created the Halfling race had appeared in the Shire region and had fought with a god. As for who it was still uncertain. In addition, one thing that had happened in the beginning had been made clear. It was the Death Valley mentioned earlier, where a strong aura of life suddenly appeared. This was obviously a miracle created when a god who was in charge of life fell to the mortal world. This goddess was Angress, the elven goddess of life. She was also the current wife of the elven god system's chief god, Corlon Larison, the person who replaced the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, as the matriarch of the elven pantheon. She was in charge of spring, birth, fertility, and planting, an extension of the life priesthood. It was because she fell to the mortal world that there were strong signs of life in the Death Valley. At present, she had returned to the elven god system. As for why she didn't see her husband until now, the outside world didn't know the reason at all. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The third wave of the Avatar crisis was still brewing, and the figures of the demons began to appear frequently. It seemed that in the first few waves, they had become more active than the demons. In the eyes of the demons, the material plane was a rich treasure. A large number of high-quality souls were waiting for them to harvest, which could greatly improve their power and status. Recently, some special people began to appear in Motor City. Most of these people were women, and they were all young and beautiful women who could sing and dance. Most of these beautiful women were bards, dancers, performers, and so on. They had a special emblem on their chests, which was a triangle formed by 3 different colors: yellow, orange, red, of hexagons. This was the emblem of the goddess of joy. No one knew when it started, but the believers of the goddess of joy came uninvited. Now, many performers serving the goddess of joy could be seen in Port Motor. They either sang and danced in the taverns or performed directly on the streets. From time to time, passers-by couldn't help but stop and watch. Occasionally, there would be a burst of cheers. These beautiful women all had good skills, and their beautiful dance made Port Mordor happy. Soren had been secretly paying attention to these things, but he had no intention of directly interfering. The goddess of joy had her own mission. At present, because of the Avatar crisis, there was no joy in many places. When war came, gods like the goddess of joy would become very awkward, which was why her followers came to the city of Mordor. At present, in the material plane, only a few places, such as Motor City, Arendelle, and the Northern Council, could still make them happy. As for other places, those who were still hungry had no energy to watch their dances and songs. The goddess of joy, Lier. She was the goddess of joy, happiness, dance, festivals, and freedom. Her domains included chaos, charm, family, kindness, and so on. She was a kind goddess who liked to do whatever she wanted. She was also one of the goddesses who was inclined to hedonism. She basically did not have much ambition. Many of her believers were extremely devout, and she was popular all over the world. She was regarded as the propagator of joy. Her temple often raised donations by holding grand celebrations, and then put the money raised into various seemingly unplanned uses, such as concentrating on beautifying a public area or spending a lot of money to hold a feast for a serious local lord. A feast. In short, this goddess and her believers were a little funny. The goddess of wealth and the goddess of joy used to be very close allies, but after the previous goddess of wealth's accident in the time of troubles, some of her believers began to turn to the goddess of joy, so the relationship between the two goddesses later became much colder. The enemy of the goddess of joy was the goddess of pain and torture, Lauvita. The goddess of pain, injury, agony, torment, suffering, and torture, the aforementioned Maiden of Pain. The hatred between the two goddesses had been long-standing. As early as the last time of troubles, the high priestess of the goddess of joy, Clanangelos, who was once the lover of the goddess of joy, was murdered by the forces of the local Lauvita sect. Under the instructions of the goddess of joy, her believers formed an assassination cult called the Scarlet Dancers and began to tour the world. At the same time, under the cover of delicate and deadly dances, they used dancing shoes with hidden blades to take the lives of the Maiden of Pain's believers. From then on, the battle between the two churches never stopped. The sea could accommodate all rivers. Soren was tolerant enough of the arrival of the believers of the goddess of joy. He sent people to give these performers a piece of land and let them build a small temple to worship the goddess of joy. Of course, this was not without a price. Soren was having a headache over Vivian's priesthood, so he was very interested in the position of the Maiden of Pain, Lauvita. Originally, he wanted to let the High Priestess contact them, but considering that the goddess of joy was a famous lesbian goddess, he thought that he should have the opportunity to contact her again. P.S. Second update. Please pay attention. Chapter 874. The monthly votes will be voided soon. Everyone who has a monthly vote, please vote. After 12 o'clock, it was cleared out. Soren began to plan for Vivian's priesthood. What do you think Vivian should choose as her starting priesthood? The priesthood of fear is still too early. She must first have a transitional priesthood. Chapter 875. Port Mordor, Deep Water Alley. It only took a day for the believers of the Lady of Joy to build a small altar. Most of these believers were quite handsome, and many of the performers had to have a certain level of appearance. At this moment, these believers were performing the last important ritual. A pair of beautiful human girls picked up 2 weapons and threw them on the ground. Then, under the guidance of the priests, the surrounding believers covered the weapons with a pair of fresh flowers, completely burying the 2 weapons in it. This ceremony was called abandoned violence, and it was also a ceremony that represented the principles of the Lady of Joy. This goddess did not like to fight. Then, the believers began to prepare for the celebration. As mentioned before, the Lady of Joy was a bit of a funny goddess, and those who believed and served her were also a bit funny. In the Church of the Goddess of Joy, almost every holiday that had nothing to do with evil beliefs was a reason for the church to hold celebrations. In other words, they could always find reasons to hold all kinds of celebrations full of joy. As for how many people would participate, it was not something they could decide. The arrival of the Goddess of Joy added a touch of vitality to the city of Mordor. However, Sauron had always had strict restrictions on the gods. He did not exclude people who liked and believed in the Goddess of Joy, but he would never allow this kind of hedonism to prevail in the city of Mordor. Therefore, the whole process of the ceremony was filled with members of the church and a small number of hedonistic civilians in the Port of Mordor. Flowers, wine, music, and dancing. A simple celebration soon began. Beautiful singers danced around the altar, and bards played a variety of instruments next to them. The priest was praying in it, and with the atmosphere of joy, a little light invisible to the naked eye was gathering. This was the divine power of the Goddess of Joy being injected into the altar. She had noticed the altar that she had just built and quickly connected her faith to it. This meant that she had been silently paying attention to the city of Mordor. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, many celebrations would be held to attract the attention of the gods if an altar wanted to open. The celebration ceremony did not last long. Soon, the priest placed a girl statue that had been prepared long ago in the center. Then a divine light emerged. This was a faint light visible to the naked eye, which meant that the Goddess of Joy had recognized this place as her temple. It was different from the Old Lady of Wealth and the influential sea goddess. The strength of the Church of Joy was only enough to build a small temple. These believers would earn money through performances and then give it to the temple to gradually expand. The Goddess of Joy had a large number of bards as believers. The church controlled a large number of theaters and circuses, which would definitely greatly enrich the entertainment of Mordor City in the future. Sauron looked down at all this from the sky. After the believer of the Goddess of Joy had completed all of this, he transformed into an ordinary young man and walked past the people who were immersed in the celebration, arriving at the back of the temple. No one noticed Sauron's arrival, except for the golden light that appeared on the statue of the girl on the altar. "Welcome," he said, the Lord of Mordor, the protector of the half-elves." With a little bit of light, the light of faith behind the temple converged into a graceful figure of a girl. She bowed slightly to Sauron and said in a pleasant voice, "Thank you very much for accepting my church. May joy be with you." The figure of the Goddess of Joy appeared. While bowing to Sauron, she also used a relative honorific. As a veteran god, although she had existed longer than Sauron, because of the level of divine power, Sauron's status was far higher than hers. In the future, she would be much lower than Sauron in the Pantheon Temple. Although Mordor is ruled by order, it does not exclude joy. Sauron looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and said with a smile, "I hope your arrival can bring more happiness to the civilians." Hearing Sauron's words, the Goddess of Joy fell into deep thought. Sauron's words were not a simple greeting. As a god, the Goddess of Joy obviously understood Sauron's meaning. He could accept joy, but he couldn't accept pleasure. As for the idea of freedom of the Goddess of Joy, it obviously wouldn't work in Mordor. Sauron pointed out the order to tell the Goddess of Joy that she must pay attention to this. Mordor was a city full of order. He could accept the Goddess of Joy, but he didn't agree with the idea of freedom of the Chaos Camp. I understand. The goddess of joy's smile had a hint of bitterness. If it weren't for the Avatar crisis, she definitely wouldn't want her believers to develop in Mordor. But now the continent was full of war, and many people couldn't even fill their stomachs. The goddess of joy's position was more awkward. She nodded gently to Soren and said, "My believers won't bring you any trouble." "That's good." Soren smiled and said, "There will be a large celebration in Mordor soon. Maybe your church can be responsible for hosting it." He had to give her a carrot after giving her a stick. Mordor did have a celebration. As a new city, the day of the establishment of Mordor was an important celebration. Soren's military parade was also an important celebration. These celebrations were handed over to the Church of Joy to help the Goddess of Joy gather some believers. Looking at the believers of the Church of Joy, there were more bards than priests. Soren guessed that the Goddess of Joy's situation wasn't very good. Perhaps many priests couldn't give her divine spells. This was the limitation of the priesthood. The priesthood she had was not good for the time of turmoil. Then it's time to talk about business. Soren didn't come in person to chat. He looked around, waved his hand, and a divine barrier appeared. Then he said, "I want to know the whereabouts of the goddess of abuse, Lauvita. She's your old rival. You should know something about her, right?" The goddess of joy was stunned for a moment and then said, "Is she also an enemy of Sir Soren? If it's Lauvita, I do know something about her." Soren didn't answer her question. He just looked at the goddess of joy in front of him and smiled. "The Maiden of Pain has been fighting with you for thousands of years. I think you would be happy to see such an enemy disappear, right?" The goddess of joy was silent. Obviously, Soren's words touched her heart and made her hate him. This famous goddess had several lovers who were priestesses in the church, and many of these priestesses died in the hands of the Maiden of Pain's believers. P.S. The first chapter. There's one more chapter. Chapter 876. Talon City. This used to be one of the few big cities in the south. However, due to the prevalence of corruption, the law gradually became a tool for the rich and powerful. Gradually, the city began to show signs of decline and decay. More and more merchants avoided this place where they needed to bribe to do anything. However, the decline of Talon City also meant the rise of some other forces. They were the forces that belonged to the gray area and the churches of many evil gods. At this moment, in an underground prison, a group of people in cloaks were kneeling in front of the altar, praying. Standing in the middle of the altar was a beautiful girl in revealing clothes. She held a long whip in her hand, and after praying for a while, she suddenly whipped herself violently. This time, she used almost all of her strength. A bloody whip mark appeared on the beautiful girl's back. At this moment, the other people under the altar also took out their whips and whipped themselves. Then, they knelt on the ground and prayed. Many of Lauvita's believers and priests specialized in using whips. It was just like how many of Soren's believers were good at using machetes. These were all changed because of the preference of the god. All of this did not end quickly. After a period of self-abuse, the believers began the next step of the prayer ritual. This special ritual was called Flame of Candlelight. The believers first chanted hymns and danced around the burning candles. Then, under the guidance of the priest, some beautiful girls began to appear. They kept burning their bodies with the flames of the candles. At the same time, they asked other believers to drip the candles on their bodies. The whole process lasted for a while until the ritual was completed. The high-grade priest extinguished the candles with holy wine. At this moment, the ritual reached its climax. When all the believers were covered with whip marks and candles, a divine radiance appeared on the altar. Then, a hazy figure of a girl appeared. Then, everyone began to pray passionately. The priest even sang hymns loudly. The whole ritual lasted for about 2 hours. When everything was over, the girl on the altar gently waved her hand. A breath that made people feel peaceful and happy appeared. At this time, the priests also began to cast divine spells to heal flesh wounds. Under normal circumstances, they would only heal minor injuries. Occasionally, there would be believers who would hurt themselves badly to please the goddess. The Maiden of Pain, Lauvita, was an aggressive, domineering, and fearless goddess. She protected all the torturers, sadists, and bullies on the continent. The Maiden of Pain was obsessed with inflicting pain, whether physical or psychological. Laurita's church usually had a huge influence in large cities that were in decline because the corrupt bureaucracy in the cities usually turned a blind eye to their corrupt behavior, and the people in power in the church were all female humans or half-elves. The church usually recruited new members from the rich and powerful of the city. Her priests were unrelenting in their tortures or in their feigned love with the young noblemen, and then in their cruel abandonment of them. And they endeavored to destroy all affections and friendships, and then to flirt with their victims with pretended intimacy, and then to ridicule them. For the believers of the Maiden of Pain, excellent acting skills and beautiful appearances were very useful tools. The Maiden of Pain's alignment was lawful evil. Under normal circumstances, evil gods of this alignment acted like devils, and most of them had a plan. This could be seen from the teachings of the Maiden of Pain. Judging from the church's rituals, the Maiden of Pain wasn't much different from other evil gods. But if you read her teachings, you would realize that this goddess wasn't simple. The teachings of the Church of Pain were long. If you simply picked out a few, you could summarize them into the following few. This world is full of pain and suffering, so the only thing we can do is to face the inevitable pain and pay back more pain to those who caused our pain. Article 1 of the doctrine. Mercy is the best companion to pain and pain, because only mercy can deepen the pain of torture. Remember that endless cruelty and torment will only make the abused rise up in revolt. And so, it is necessary to stop the torment occasionally, on a whim, and give them unexpected comfort and healing, so that they may not understand the will of the goddess. And thus the foolish people will all the more thirst for the mercy of the Maiden of Pain. The second doctrine of the Church. The whip, the flame, and the cold are the three useful tools given by the goddess to her believers. Article 6 of the doctrine. No matter when we inflict torture and punishment, we should preach the teachings of Laurita. Pain is a comprehensive trial. It can strengthen the mental resilience, and let those who have survived the ordeal gain true joy. Only those who know the rules of the goddess can inflict real punishment and abuse. Article 9 of the doctrine. Wherever there is a whip, there will be goddess Laurita. Fear Laurita and desire her grace. The last paragraph of the doctrine. The teachings of the Maiden of Pain were very interesting, especially in the last paragraph. Pain is a comprehensive trial. It can strengthen the mental resilience, and let those who have survived the ordeal gain true joy. This was the highest realm of masochism. Motor City, Council Hall. When Soren decided to deal with the Maiden of Pain, all the information about her was secretly sent to him by the spies in Motor City. Soren's church did not have many things, but there were a lot of rogues, and the efficiency of collecting information was several times better than other churches. The information from the Goddess of Joy was very important, but Soren still needed to deal with the Maiden of Pain, and her church still needed to be dealt with by Soren's church. In this way, he must first know the internal situation of the abused church. The other things were relatively ordinary. After reading a lot of information, Soren became a little interested in Laurita's teachings. Very surprised, Soren actually saw a little bit of positive energy in Laurita's teachings, even if it was just a nice way to put it. But if this point was used to convert, it would be of great use. Treat pain as training. If he could grasp this point and convert it, then there would be no problem with Vivian's clergy. A pure abuse clergy was still too low-end. Soren's initial goal to deal with Laurita was the pain clergy. As for the other torture, whipping, and so on, they were completely unpresentable. Pain, and suffering. These are the real, useful clergy. It could be applied to the gods of the evil alignment, and it could also be applied to the gods of the good alignment. The priesthoods of Vivian and Lillian were to be chosen between them. That's right. Soren thought that the clergy could be extended in two directions. Lillian was obviously in the evil alignment, and Vivian was definitely in the good alignment. If Pain was the starting clergy. Both of them could be considered. Chapter 877. Vivian's priesthood was initially determined. However, regarding the two extreme extensions of pain, simply speaking, it could be understood as S and M. This point still needed to be considered. Everyone cast some monthly votes to give Fu 2 some energy. Let Fu 2 directly evolve into the corrupted Demon King, and finish writing this paragraph. Chapter 878. The morning sun shone on the city of Mordor. Last night, there was a storm in the outer islands, and many fishing boats were forced to return early. But it was strange to say that the storm raged outside the city of Mordor. Once it reached the island of Mordor, a terrible storm turned into a downpour, and the intensity of the storm was reduced by at least half. This meant that what Sauron had prepared at the beginning had taken effect. The temples and arcane towers distributed in the city of Mordor had begun to affect and balance the weather conditions of the city. An invisible energy barrier had surrounded the island of Mordor, forming an artificial field effect. After the heavy rain, the city of Mordor was like a pearl. But when people got up early to prepare for work, there was a commotion on the other side of the street. Then the guards of the city of Mordor rushed over, and many curious people followed to watch. It didn't take long for the riot to subside. Many citizens of Mordor City who came to watch the fun saw the little girl who was walking a Quetzalcoatlus with a wingspan of 15 meters arrogantly, with a rope, as if she was walking a dog. Many new citizens were puzzled. They didn't know who this little girl was. Many old residents of Mordor smiled and looked at the cute little girl calmly. A huge Quetzalcoatlus walked past them. The little princess of Mordor, Her Highness Vivian. She hadn't shown up for so long. They thought Her Highness Vivian had gone somewhere. For the old residents of Mordor, they had long been used to such a scene. Since a long time ago, Vivian would go out for a walk with a former Quetzalcoatlus every day. It was just that the little princess had not shown up for so long, and she looked more beautiful, and the Quetzalcoatlus behind her was getting bigger and bigger. The guards consciously maintained order on both sides of the street. Vivian, on the other hand, was used to the curious gazes of the people. She held the gigantic Quetzalcoatlus in one hand and Lulu, who was almost as tall as her, in the other hand, and walked towards the beach happily. In order to fuse with the divinity, she hadn't gone out for a long time. Today, she came out to walk Blackie, who she raised, and took Lulu, who had just returned from mission, out to play for a while. After all, the little girl was only 11 years old this year. No matter how mature she was, it was inevitable that she would have some childish, playful thoughts. In front was Vivian, behind was Lulu, and behind them was a huge, two-legged pterosaur. Many people would gradually get used to this kind of situation because young girls like to get up early and go out for a walk. As the Pearl of Mordor City, Vivian was usually very low-key, and she was only noticeable when she went out for a walk occasionally. Vivian's awakening made Sauron feel like his life was back on track. Everything was looking good. If it wasn't for the threat of the Dread Lord and the God of Murder, perhaps Sauron would be more than happy to enjoy his current relaxed life. When he was free, he would manage Mordor City and study the war chess plane, making Mordor City the most dazzling city in the material plane little by little. Gloria studied alchemy technology when she was free, striving to understand the core mysteries of the arcane empire as soon as possible, striving to become a witch above level 30 as soon as possible, so that she could accompany Sauron for a longer time. As for Vivian, she grew up happily and enjoyed the childhood that she should have at her age. Unfortunately, now was the time of the Avatar crisis, and everything was just imagination. Sauron only relaxed for a while, and then he began to face everything again, thinking about how to help Vivian get a clergy and how to deal with the Dread Lord and the God of Murder at the same time. The demigod vampire was a very good example. It had to be said that this opponent still gave Sauron a lot of inspiration. He gained a lot of experience from the demigod vampire when he became a god. Now, if Vivian wanted to become a god, the demigod vampire was also a good comparison target. The demigod vampire used his race clergy to become a god. His domain extension was very referential. If Vivian wanted to successfully integrate the clergy, she still needed to compare with the demigod vampire. Soren already knew where the Church of the Maiden of Pain was. As for the whereabouts of Lauvita herself, the gods were more cautious in this era. Unless it was someone like Soren who had a base camp, they would not easily expose their traces. But as long as they knew that the Church could slowly find her, Vivian did not need to rush to become a god. In the evening, after Soren completed the study of the legendary spell Imprisonment, he began to read the information about the gods sent back by the rogues below. Recently, he paid a lot more attention to the gods. Basically, whether it was the gods of the good camp or the gods of the evil camp, Soren maintained a certain level of attention and paid attention to their movements at all times. Today, a very interesting piece of information was sent back from below. There was also an emblem in this piece of information, which was a woman's delicate lips. In the whole multiverse, there was no one who could make the emblem of a god so rippling. It seemed that there was only one so far. That was the one mentioned a long time ago, cat and dance goddess, Charis. Charis was also known as the cat and pleasure goddess. Her camp used to be chaotic and good. Later, because of the influence of Lady of Night, she tried all kinds of forbidden and taboo pleasure. As a result, she fell into chaotic and evil. Now, with the help of the goddess of love, she was restored to chaotic and neutral. She was the famous goddess who was almost broken by Lady of Night. Charis was the goddess of minor divine power. She was in charge of hedonism, sensual pleasure, large joyous celebrations, and the clergy of cats. The combat power of this goddess was relatively average, but she was a little stronger than most ordinary minor divine powers because she mastered the domains of chaos, charm, travel, and trickery. Under normal circumstances, as long as a god mastered the domain of trickery, they would not be too weak. Cherise was a radiant and beautiful goddess. Only Shuni, the goddess of love, could compare to her in terms of looks. She was a frivolous and capricious god, so very few people could really understand her true inner thoughts. Her personality was as unique and independent as a cat's, and she liked to enjoy herself. She always took care of her appearance to maintain her delicate and beautiful appearance. This was a capricious goddess. She was also one of the more famous funny goddesses among the gods, because her believers also had a hobby, which was to always find various reasons to hold various kinds of celebrations that satisfied the senses. This goddess was very much like a cat. She was also a goddess who liked to wander, and was even once thought by the gods that she had wanderlust. However, because of her wanderlust, Charis directly fell into the trap of Lady of Night. She began to experience all kinds of dark pleasures and was controlled by Shar's dark power. Now, although this goddess had learned a little, her wanderlust had not changed. This was because the information in Soren's hands recorded information related to her. Her traces actually appeared in Arendelle at one time, and then there were signs that she seemed to have recently taken an airship to Port Tylon. This goddess was obviously looking for trouble again. Lady of Night had never forgotten that she had escaped from his hands, and the spies under Soren's command had found the traces of this goddess. So the other gods' churches must have found something as well. Looking at her posture, she was planning to go to the city of Moder. Soren did not have much objection to this goddess, but if this goddess of chaos encountered any trouble at that time, he did not know whether he should do it or not. For now, the goddess of cat and dance, Charis was a god under the goddess of love. Although the goddess of love was not very good at fighting, she was still a powerful god. Soren thought about it and decided to entrust the information to the goddess of love. The goddess of love, Shuni, and her gods, plus various good allies. Most of the goddesses in this series were a bit funny. The Avatar crisis had caused all of these goddesses to fall. With Soren's understanding of them, he only hoped that in the middle and late stages of the Avatar crisis in the future, fewer goddesses in this series would die. P.S. Today's update. The hemorrhoids are acting up. Don't talk. Futu needs to be alone. Chapter 879. The late stage of the Avatar crisis. The non-combat gods in the pantheon suffered the greatest loss, especially the original hedonistic goddesses. None of them had a good ending. Soren even remembered that a goddess was imprisoned by the demon duke of the Bodhor Inferno. He didn't know how long it took for her to be rescued. However, that was something that happened much later on. Speaking of it now, the gods had not yet fought so fiercely. At present, everyone was still relatively restrained. Time always passed very quickly without anyone noticing. In the blink of an eye, it was almost May. At this time, some signs of the third wave of the Avatar crisis had begun to appear. Motor City was located in the Outer Islands, so it was not obvious. However, the traces of the devils were becoming more and more frequent on the continent, especially the low-grade devils, which began to be more and more common in the wilderness. In the first two waves, the devils were not the main force, but they also gained something. Now, these gains were transformed into little devils as cannon fodder. They began to appear frequently in the wilderness and attacked various non-devil creatures at the same time. Wind Spear Hills, River Valley. Soren's figure appeared in this somewhat remote area. This was the edge of the Wind Spear Hills. The land was not very fertile, but there were thousands of residents nearby. Behind him was the high priest with a serious face, and a few other priests above the level of bishop. Then there was the ugly monkey who returned from a mission. This incident was because of the news he brought back. "My lord," a priest who looked like an archbishop bowed his head humbly to Soren, and then said in a deep voice, "The news has been sent back. Recently, there has been a batch of problematic food in the southern region. Many civilians began to get sick after eating it. All of these foods were planted with vicious spells. If the priests don't dispel it, people who have eaten the food will become undead creatures, and people who have been attacked by them will be infected with corpse poison." The devils finally took action. Compared with the reckless behavior of the devils were obviously more proficient in calculation and conspiracy. Nobody knew when it started, but a batch of problematic food appeared in the southern region. At first, no one noticed it. However, as more and more people fell ill, people finally discovered the source of the problem. What was even more serious was that these sick people eventually turned into undead, and those who were attacked by them would also be infected with corpse poison. The southern region was the most populous place in the material plane. Once such a problem occurred, it would undoubtedly spread quickly. The Wind Spear Hills were also affected. In the valley that Soren had personally come to, there was a village where everyone had been turned into zombies. There's something wrong with this land. Soren had been watching everything silently. Then he turned his head and said to the high priest, "Send people to spread out and look for them. The soil here has been polluted. There must be a secret altar nearby. Any creature that eats what is grown on this land will be infected with a terrible disease. Tell the people below not to eat anything here, including water." Soren felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this. It was similar to what the devils usually did, but it was also similar to what the liches of the Grey Waste did. The devils liked to change the structure of the polluted land. This was because many devils were immune to poison, and in the process of attacking the abyss, the most common thing they did was to change the plain laws of a piece of land they conquered, transforming the chaotic laws of the abyss into orderly laws. In the front lines of the Blood War, many fortresses occupied by the devils were eventually transformed, and the laws of the land became more suitable for the devils. In front of Soren was a piece of transformed land. A filthy power had eroded the land. Whether it was the plants, the soil, or the rivers, everything had been corroded by this power. Although it didn't seem like there were many changes, as long as the people living here ate the things here, they would slowly get sick. In the end, it was very likely that they would be infected by the undead plague and turn into undead creatures. The method is very similar to that of the devils. But why does it look like the method of the skeletal waste? Could it be that the undead kings have begun to attack the material plane? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to the normal historical progress, the undead creatures should attack the material plane during the fifth wave of impact. At that time, many people had died in the material plane. Many of them were entrenched in the lower planes, especially the Grey Waste, the spiritual realm, and the half-planes near the underworld. They left behind the history of the liches, undead kings, and so on. They felt that this was a very important opportunity. The large number of deaths in the material plane had given them a chance to show their strength, so the fifth wave of impact of the Avatar crisis broke out. This was also what the adventurers at that time jokingly called undead calamity. However, at present, although many people had died in the material plane, the proportion was not very large. Even if the undead kings of the undead system cast spells to summon souls, it was unlikely that they could gather a terrifying army of undead from the graveyard in the wild. Judging from the signs in front of him, Soren felt that it was more like the devils had drawn in and colluded with a small number of legendary liches and undead kings. They used the power of the undead creatures to weaken the strength of the material plane and finally achieved the goal of harvesting enough souls. However, this large-scale killing of people was more like the means of the devils and not the careful planning of the devils. Soren was a little confused for a moment. He felt that history seemed to have a more serious deviation here. That was, the third wave of impact had caused the devils, demons, and undead to take action, but their actions were not too big. The undead plague must be controlled. Otherwise, the number of people dying will become very high. And at that time, the aura of death will become stronger and stronger. By then, even if no one casts spells in the graveyard of the material plane, many corpses that have been buried long ago will crawl out. By then, I'm afraid that the fifth wave of impact will come early. According to history, the third wave of impact was the Devil Legion. The fourth wave of impact was the violent elemental life. And the fifth wave of impact was the undead calamity. The first wave of impact had caused a large number of deaths, so when the fifth wave of impact came, even the gods could not sit still anymore. During that time, it could be said that there were undead everywhere. The people who had died in the past all crawled up one by one because of their resentment, and the entire material plane was shrouded in the aura of death. Soren did not know whether it was a good thing for the undead kings to take action early, but the elemental turmoil had not yet broken out. Since he could react quickly, the god of light, the lady of Silvermoon, the goddess of agriculture, and the other gods should be able to react quickly, right? Soren thought for a long time. In the end, he decided that no matter how the future developed, the problem at hand must be solved first. He must first find the contaminated altar and then find a way to purify this filthy land. No matter what, the undead wreaking havoc was more troublesome than the devils and demons. Chapter 880. Most of the devils were immune to poison. Therefore, they would first use some underhanded schemes to earn more chips for themselves. Compared to the high and mighty gods, the ordinary archdevils were still slightly weaker. Of course, the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, was an exception. But if the other archdevils came to the material plane, their strength would at most be similar to that of a fallen saint. In short, if any archdevil dared to come to the material plane, Soren would have the ability to fight them head-on. With Soren's guidance, the church's rogues immediately scattered. Soren also nodded slightly to the high priest next to him, indicating that she should also go and see the situation. Those who had the ability to cast a magic circle to pollute the earth were basically senior devils, which meant that their strength was above the legendary level. They were at least elite bone devils, and there was even the possibility of higher-level devils appearing. To deal with such an enemy, the high priest was still needed. The rogues soon found something, because they found some dead animals. These animals were poisoned to death, and some of their bodies had begun to rot. Over here, a priest's exclamation came from somewhere, followed by the sound of a battle. The others heard the sound and rushed over, and Soren also frowned slightly and flew over. The devils used such a large-scale killing method. Their purpose was not only to deal with mortals and harvest souls. Soren always felt that they were targeting the gods, because once mortals were poisoned, they had to rely on the priest's divine spells to dispel and heal. Currently, during the Avatar crisis, the gods could only give a limited amount of divine spells to the priests. In the case of limited divine spells, it was more difficult to suppress the spread of this disaster. And if it couldn't be controlled, the number of mortals dying would increase, and the channels for the gods to obtain faith would become less and less. In the end, it would become an endless cycle. If a large number of mortal believers died, then the gods would obtain less faith, and the situation would become more and more unfavorable for them. The devils and the evil gods were not on the same side. They only obeyed the orders of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, and only remained in awe of the other evil gods. The devil's actions this time must have something to do with the Lord of Hell. By the time Soren arrived, the battle had already ended. An intermediate chain devil, an intermediate bone devil, and a group of lesser devils had all been killed by the priests. In front of them was a huge altar that was shrouded in a foul and poisonous aura. This was the aura of the Bator Inferno. When the Bator Inferno was first created, it was filled with poison, fire, and torture. It was a plane that was first created to punish evil. The altar was polluting the land nearby, and if this continued, the water source would also start to affect more places. Destroy this place, Soren ordered with a frown. Hearing his order, the other rogues and priests immediately began to work, and in a short while, the altar was destroyed. At the same time, following the destruction of the altar, the corrosive energy gradually weakened. Now, all that was left was to purify the ground. Who dares to destroy the Lord's plan? Just as the altar was about to be completely destroyed, a roar filled with pressure rang out. Then, a raging fire ignited under the altar, and a 3-meter-tall greater devil appeared in the fire. This devil held a heavy, great sword in his hand, and his broad bat wings made him look like a devil. Many of his features were very similar to that of a greater devil, but the aura he emitted was that of a greater devil. Greater teleportation. To be able to teleport to a material plane so easily, his strength must be at least at the legendary level. Without a doubt, this was a devil on the same level as the Baelor, one of the Bator Inferno's Abyss Fiend. The Abyss Fiend was one of the top fighting forces in Barthas. It looked very similar to the Baelor, but it had the characteristics of a devil, and its strength was slightly weaker than the Baelor. Of course, this was in the case of a one-on-one battle. If it was any other battle, then the Abyss Fiend would have a much higher chance of winning. The Abyss Fiend's strength was at least 35 points, and their challenge level was at least 21. If a normal person were to encounter them, then without a legendary party, they wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. This was because devils were more cunning than demons. The Abyss Fiend was proficient in all kinds of teleportation techniques, and could cast a blasphemous whisper with a spell power of 25 or above. In theory, an Abyss Fiend had the ability to destroy a small city on its own. The pressure of a legendary demon enveloped everything around it. The Pit Fiend came out of the fire aggressively and glanced at the priests and rogues in front of it with contempt. However, when its gaze fell on Sauron and the high priest who were standing at the back, the Pit Fiend's eyes were filled with disdain. The Abyss Fiend, who had just appeared in an incomparably cool manner, immediately activated a greater teleportation spell without saying anything. It didn't even want to say goodbye, and it was ready to flee, trying to run after showing off. No way. Soren looked at the Abyss Fiend in front of him expressionlessly as he cast a greater teleportation spell. However, when the teleportation spell was about to be completed, the Abyss Fiend's face showed a look of relief. Soren silently waved his hand. Change space, power of divinity. The teleportation spell that was about to be completed disappeared instantly, and the Abyss Fiend's face froze at that moment. Then he turned around stiffly, and without saying a word, his huge body directly knelt in front of Soren, and said with a trembling voice, "Great Shadow Lord, protector of the half-elves, ruler of Mordor, Supreme Soren, lowly Floss didn't mean to offend your majesty. It's just..." The Abyss Fiend, who called himself Floss, hesitated for a moment. After weighing whether his life or the mission was more important, he directly said, "Lowly Floss is just loyally carrying out the orders from the top of hell. I don't have any intention to offend the great Soren. This guy knelt down quite straightforwardly. Soren's expression finally changed a little, and the others present were a little stunned. It seemed that they couldn't react in time. At first, he appeared in an incomparably cool manner, but after seeing Soren, he immediately turned 360 degrees and knelt on the spot. The Abyss Fiend's performance was too dramatic. Everyone present didn't know whether to laugh or cry after they reacted. However, they couldn't help but praise this guy in their hearts for being able to adapt to the circumstances. Obviously, he had done his homework before taking action. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized Soren at a glance. And he knelt down so decisively. P.S. From today onwards, the public account will update some of the greater gods' information. You can follow it and have a look. Chapter 881. In the dream, Fudu had become an incomparably awesome exorcist. Furthermore, he had gone to England to deal with all kinds of vampires and female canines. The whole process was extremely satisfying. He had been pretending to be cool the whole time. It had been a long time since I had such a good dream. After waking up, I had a look of longing for more. Just as the dream was about to end, after a big battle with a group of vampires, a white-bearded priest told me, "Futu, you have worked hard. You should have a good rest." Well, I thought about it. It really made sense. In the dream, Futu had fought with many vampires for 300 rounds. He was indeed exhausted. Therefore, it was reasonable for me to rest today. As a result, it just so happened that every month there were more than 30 days that I did not want to write. Therefore, it was reasonable for me to ask for leave today. Today, not only did I have to ask for leave, Futu also asked for monthly votes. By the way, I gave myself a thumbs up for being so shameless. Chapter 882. Floss was in a bad mood. As a devil, even if he was a senior devil, he had to learn to obey the orders of his superiors. So when he received the mission to spread the plague near the Windspear Hills, Floss felt terrible. Because this mission was planned by the higher-ups of the Bator Inferno, and the purpose was to weaken the power of the material plane. It would be best if the priests of the churches of the gods were exhausted. The mission location was assigned by the higher-ups. Floss felt that he must have not handed in enough souls during this time, so he was sent to a place like the Windspear Hills by his superiors. This place was not terrible, but the terrible thing was the god in charge of this place. The god of shadows, Soren. This was a famous god killer in the multiverse. First, he killed the god of the hunt, Malor, and then he killed the god of shadows. The name of this existence had long been spread throughout the Bator Inferno, so how could Floss not know of his existence? So when he knew that the mission location was within the range of this lord's religion, Floss was a little depressed. But the rules of the Bator Inferno meant that there were some missions that could not be avoided. So after thinking for a long time, Floss decided to avoid other places in the Windspear Hills and just deal with it in a random corner. He would kill some mortals and collect souls, and then fool his superiors in hell. But Floss never thought that Soren would notice such a small action and catch him on the spot. As a high and mighty god, Soren was a little different from the other gods. That was, the other gods had existed for a long time, and they had long been indifferent to the life and death of mortals. It was more like a number to them. But Soren was different. After all, he had not been a god for a long time, and the education he received had determined that he cared more about the life and death of mortals than the other gods. If other gods knew that all the mortals in a village were dead, they would at most send their internal church to check it out. This was the same even for the gods of the good alignment. Even the god of light, who represented the lawful good, would not make a big fuss over the deaths of all the mortals in the village. However, this was completely different for Soren. After learning that all the mortals in the village had died, he decided to come over personally. That was the tragedy of Floss. He believed that a god like Soren wouldn't care about the lives of hundreds of mortals, let alone solve these problems himself. But reality gave him a merciless blow. Not only did Soren attach great importance to this matter, he even personally came to check it out. Then, without a doubt, Floss knelt on the spot. Under such circumstances, what else could he do but kneel on the spot? He was facing a mid-level god and a notorious god slayer. I have an important task for you. As long as you can do it well, I won't be stingy with the rewards. I can even give you a part of the power of divinity. I will let you gain the power and status you deserve in my divine kingdom. But if you dare to play tricks on me, I don't suggest that I extract your soul and study it. At this point, Soren's voice became cold. It was easy to deal with the devils. The creatures of the lawful evil alignment had their own rules of conduct. When dealing with the devils, they always had to remember one thing, and that was to coerce them. Power and power were what they desired. The Bator Inferno had a strict hierarchy. It was more difficult for the devils to be promoted than the devils. Soren had to promise them enough benefits and tell them the consequences of going against him. The devils were very smart. Generally, very smart people would know what to do in this situation. P.S. First update. Today's update. Chapter 883. Controlling demons was easier than controlling demons, because the creatures of the lawful alignment were accustomed to obeying orders. Compared to the chaotic nature of demons, after controlling a demon, you didn't have to worry about it being like a demon. But if you control the demon, then you must always be aware that the demon would never be loyal to you. They were always thinking about how to betray you. It was just that before they had the confidence, these devils would work obediently. Demons believed in order and rules, but not because the latter could promote the progress of the whole society, but because they believed that they could seek their own interest from these rules. Every demon was eager to be promoted to a higher level, so that they could change the rules at will to meet their goals. The ideal of the demons was to go from obeying the rules to making their own rules. In many levels of the Bator Inferno, many demons would make various rules for other demons to pursue their own interests. As a high and mighty god, especially a god with mid-level divine power, he was a god. Soren didn't need to worry about the betrayal of a high-grade demon. He was confident enough to control the other party, because gods controlled demons differently from mortals. Gods controlled demons directly from the soul, while mortals mostly relied on spells and real names. In this way, demons could betray their masters at any time and plot to kill them. Mordor City, afternoon. Shortly after Soren returned, Gloria came to the study. I heard that you brought back a high-grade demon. Gloria came in and looked around. Then she flipped her long hair and said, "Why is it gone? Did you let go?" Soren nodded and looked at her. "What's wrong?" "I have something to send it to deal with. So, it has returned to the Bator Inferno." "It's nothing." Gloria smiled and said softly, "It's just that some research needs the blood of high-grade demons, but since it has been released, I'll use something else instead. By the way, speaking of this," Gloria's expression became serious, and she said seriously, "Recently, someone in the Council Hall of Mordor has found infected people in the Port of Mordor. At present, they have all been quarantined. I think according to the current situation on the mainland, we should also control the foreign population." The epidemic spread faster than expected. Although the churches of the gods reacted quickly, some places that lacked priests quickly became a paradise for zombies. Currently, the paladins were clearing out the undead and searching for traces of the devils. Even a holy avenger had asked Soren for a batch of safe supplies to help the victims. Many cities and towns on the continent have been quarantined. The churches of the gods were cleaning up the devil's minions in batches, and, at the same time, they were carefully guarding the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. Yes. Then let's restrict the number of outsiders for now. Soren thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he said, "Issue a ban in the city of Mordor. Currently, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Port Mordor has added an inspection mechanism. I will send the church's priests to pay attention. The third wave is coming soon. Now that the blood war in the bottomless abyss is about to come to an end, it's very likely that the devil's main army in the blood war will attack the material plane and plunder souls. Blood War Legion. Just thinking about this name was enough to make many mortals in the material plane feel fear. Because of the Avatar crisis, the current blood war in the bottomless abyss was about to stop, and the intensity was not even 1/10 of the original. In this way, the Devil's main army in the blood war had free time. This was also one of the biggest challenges facing the material plane and the Avatar crisis. The Devil's main army that had been honed in the blood war for thousands of years was almost invincible in the material plane. Even the army of Mordor was vulnerable in front of them. Perhaps the only thing that could fight against them in the material plane was the Golem army during the Arcane Empire. The third wave of impact was just a tentative attack by the Blood War Legion. Only during the last wave of the Avatar crisis would Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, send out the elites of the Blood War Legion, as well as the top elite demon legion that rose to become senior demons in the Blood War and gradually disappeared. It was said that they were sent to the deepest part of hell. Note, as mentioned before, the excellent senior devils who rose in the Blood War would eventually be sent to the deepest part of the Bator Inferno to become Asmodeus' trump card. No one knows what he will do with these top Blood War devils' main army. Legend has it that he's going to use this group of elites to counterattack Mountain Paradise. History had entered a period of choice. Although it was only the third wave of impact, Soren had already felt that the final outbreak of the Avatar crisis was gradually coming. There was not much time left for him. In his previous life, the material plane could survive because there were 3 million paladins supporting the backbone of the world. These paladins fought on the front line and faced the Devil's main army that survived the Blood War. But now the adventurers were long gone. Even now, Soren had no confidence that he could change the fate of the final battle. At most, he could barely rely on his own ability to help Mordor survive the Avatar crisis. The Blood War Legion was difficult to defeat. Unless someone could restart the Blood War in the Abyss, the material plane must face the top devil's main army of Asmodeus. The Blood War in the Abyss. This might be the last way for Soren to change the Avatar crisis so that the material plane would not be destroyed. In fact, he had been aware of this for a long time. Only by restarting the Blood War in the Abyss could he delay the Devil's main army of Asmodeus during the Avatar crisis, give the material plane time to breathe, and then drag the Devils into the endless war with the Devils again. Soren's plot in the Abyss was not small. At first, it was just to protect himself. Then it was for Vivian, but everything was connected. If possible, Soren did not mind saving the world, even if he was a god of the evil camp. But if Soren finally decided to do so, then he must face the challenge of Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell. In the face of such a terrible enemy, Soren must be above the level of great divine power. The future was full of endless variables. Soren, as a far-sighted person, must consider things in the long run. If a person does not consider the long run, there will be immediate worries. What he could do now was to accumulate his strength step by step, wait for the third wave of the Avatar crisis to come, and then accumulate strength to deal with the fourth wave of the Avatar crisis. As for whether he could save the material plane and meet the final battle of the Avatar crisis. For now, the only way Soren could think of was to restart the Blood War in the Abyss. Without 3 million paladins to support the world, only the Blood War in the Abyss could save the world. P.S. Second update. This book is beginning to enter the middle and late stages. After writing for such a long time, Fu Tu's spirit would sometimes be very tired. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 884. It was an insidious realm of darkness and power. It was a hidden place that hated the light. It was a remote and unknown desolate land. The Shadow Realm. The Shadow Plane was a dark plane that was connected to and coexisted with the prime material plane. The way it overlapped with the main material realm was similar to that of the Ether Realm. Therefore, plane travelers could quickly jump long distances through the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm was also connected to other realms. You could use the Shadow Realm as a springboard to visit other realms of existence through spells. The shadow realm was filled with the contrast of black and white. The color had been infected by the surrounding environment, and it was as dark as the universe. On the other hand, the shadow realm was very similar to the main material realm, but not exactly the same. Just like the sky above, there was always a dark dome where the sun, moon, and stars could not be seen. The same landmarks as the main material realm could be seen in the shadow realm, but they were distorted and still the most vague reflection of the main material realm. Although it was dark, there were still many animals, plants, and humanoid creatures that call the shadow realm their home. Generally, the geography of the shadow realm was similar to the place where travelers entered the shadow realm from in the main material realm. If a sorcerer entered the shadow realm from a forest, she would first see a shadow forest. If she entered from underwater, she would appear in the sea of shadows that flowed like the ocean in the main material realm. So her water-breathing technique was still effective. Although the terrain of the shadow plane was somewhat similar to that of the main material plane, there would still be some changes in the environment when she left the place she entered. Soren stood on a vast sea of shadows. Because Mordor was located in the Outer Islands, the shadow realm was surrounded by the sea, except for the fixed teleportation within the range of the arcane tower. In short, the place where the arcane tower was found was also an isolated island in the shadow realm. This was not the first time Soren explored the shadow realm, but today he came to the shadow realm for a different purpose. This time, Soren entered the shadow realm for a very important thing. That would mean that his divine kingdom had fallen. As a god of the evil alignment, after Soren inherited the half-elf priesthood, his kingdom was constantly falling. Under normal circumstances, Soren's kingdom should have fallen directly to the lower realm. However, since he killed the Shadow Lord and inherited the priesthood of the Shadow Lord, his kingdom began to move towards the shadow realm. This was the characteristic of the priesthood. The whole process of falling did not last long. Today, Soren had a strong feeling and noticed that the god's kingdom had reached the shadow plane. Yes. Soren flew in the boundless shadow sea for a long time, but as the distance narrowed little by little, a strong feeling became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the gravity of the Shadow Lord's kingdom began to increase. The characteristics of a shadow plane are normal gravity and normal time. The sudden increase in gravity here could only be due to some external force causing the space-time distortion. My divine kingdom is nearby. There are many similarities between the shadow plane and the material plane. The gravity here was not as terrible as the earth elemental plane. The biggest difference was that shadow energy could be increased by 30% in this plane, while flames and light would be weakened by about 30%. This characteristic was very common, just like how fire spells in the scorching hell could be increased by 50%. Soren gently landed on the surface of the sea. He closed his eyes and sensed everything. Suddenly, a ray of divine light burst out from his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Found it! Greater teleportation." The next moment, Soren's figure appeared tens of kilometers away. In front of him was a stretch of deep darkness. The space around him seemed to have overlapped with each other, and there were faint traces of spatial rifts. It looked like the god of the hunt, Maelor's kingdom, had fallen. However, Soren was different from Maelor. As a true god, he did not fall, so his kingdom was not destroyed in the process of falling. It was only slightly damaged. He tried to get closer to his kingdom, but suddenly, a huge repulsive force appeared and directly bounced Soren's figure out. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out. Soren covered his chest and frowned as he looked forward. After he got close to his kingdom, he triggered a very chaotic and violent force that directly knocked Soren out. He had no ability to resist at all. It was as if the law of the kingdom was repelling him. The Avatar crisis, the terrible chaotic storm that broke out in the time of troubles, was still there. All the gods could not enter their kingdoms. So even if Soren's kingdom was in front of him, he could not step in. It seems that I can only go back when the Avatar crisis is over. Soren shook his head and sighed. He cast a healing divine spell on himself. The power of the law had a repelling effect on the body of the gods. At present, Even the Lord of Light had no way to enter his divine kingdom, let alone him. However, Soren came to the Shadow Realm this time not to hide in his kingdom, but to do something more important. That was to integrate his kingdom into the Shadow Realm. Although it was something that Soren must do in the future, the Shadow Realm was also an important springboard that could almost connect to most of the realms in the multiverse. The Shadow Realm had a certain special characteristic. It was the characteristics mentioned above. Everything here was covered with a layer of shadow energy. After Soren's god's kingdom fell into the shadow plane, it formed a distortion of space and time, causing the nearby gravity to increase. Because the law inside the god's kingdom was still repelling the shadow plane, the two sides had not completely merged together. Now what Soren had to do was to make the characteristics of his kingdom conform to the characteristics of the Shadow Realm mentioned above, and remove the repelling nature of the law through the transformation of divine power. Divine form. Soren's figure rose into the air, and his whole person turned into a human figure made of golden light. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty god, looking down on the shadow plane like a golden giant. Countless shadow creatures sensed his presence and couldn't help but look in his direction. He was the master of the Shadow Realm. At this moment, what Soren had to do was to assimilate his kingdom with the Shadow Realm. At the very least, he had to integrate the characteristics of the Shadow Realm. Otherwise, the power of the law would be repelled step by step, and eventually the kingdom would be damaged. Change reality. Shard of Divinity. The surrounding space gradually distorted, and traces of cracks in the realm were repaired by Soren's divine power. At the same time, with the power of the divinity of Shadow, the energy from the Shadow Realm began to gather around him. Change space. Shard of Divinity. Countless shadow energy gathered around Soren like a torrent, and then he injected it into the god's kingdom. Although Soren could not perceive and see everything in the god's kingdom, he knew that everything inside the god's kingdom was slowly changing. A little shadow emerged. The shadow energy from the Shadow Realm was assimilating the interior of his kingdom. Among the original elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, there was an element pool from the shadow. To stabilize his kingdom in the Shadow Realm, Soren had to completely transform his kingdom. Normal gravity, normal time, infinite space. Although he could not enter his kingdom, Soren still maintained a certain level of control. After all, it was his kingdom. While the Shadow Realm was merging with his kingdom, Soren was also setting the most basic structure of his kingdom. The shadow energy began to dominate. However, the characteristics of the God Realm still maintained the characteristics of normal gravity, normal time, and infinite space. That was to say, the space of the God Realm still maintained the infinite possibility of growth. His divine power began to be consumed rapidly. The power that Soren had accumulated during this time was quickly squandered away. However, as the God Realm merged with a large amount of shadow energy, the nearby cracks in the realm were disappearing little by little. At the same time, the change in gravity caused by the distortion of time and space gradually disappeared. Soren's half-elf kingdom was merging into the Shadow Realm. Realm shift. Although it had merged into the Shadow Realm, Soren had to do more than that. He began to move his kingdom, and then approach the location where the Shadow Lord was originally located. This would take a while. Soren only set a coordinate and let the two kingdoms gradually get close to each other. When the two sides were close to a certain distance, what Soren had to do was to merge the two kingdoms together. It was not difficult to move the kingdom, but it was moving up and down. Because of the characteristics of the realm, it was easier to move up and down, but moving the kingdom horizontally required a lot of power. Soren's divine power could not withstand such consumption. He could only rely on the characteristics of the realm to move slowly. There was still some time before the Avatar crisis was over. Even if he wanted to merge the two kingdoms, he would have to wait for a while. It's finally done. When the half-elf kingdom merged into the Shadow Realm and began to move, Soren finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fall of the God Realm was not a simple matter. He had been calculating the time and waiting for the God Realm to reach the Shadow Realm. Because if he left it alone, the God Realm might collapse directly. Fortunately, the Shadow Realm was very close to the material plane, and Soren could deal with it easily. The characteristics of the realm here were very good. To some extent, except for the rich shadow energy, the characteristics of the Shadow Realm were very similar to the material plane. This also facilitated Soren's transformation of the interior of the God Realm. According to the degree of impact caused by the fall, Soren felt that although the interior of his God Realm had some losses, it should not be completely torn apart like the God Realm of Malur, the god of the hunt. As long as the God Realm did not collapse, even if it was only a change in the landscape, it was within the scope of Soren's tolerance. Next, what he had to do was to wait. When the half-elf kingdom gradually approached the Shadow Realm, Soren could try to use the power of divinity to merge the two kingdoms together. P.S. I was maliciously targeted, and the advertising lady was banned again. Is it easy for an author to earn money to support his family? Now there are so many readers who read pirated books, and Fu2 did not say anything, nor did he do anything to prevent piracy. He just silently wrote his own book and found a way. It was not easy to have other income subsidies, but there were always people who targeted him and destroyed him. I really don't know what to say. Chapter 885. The sixth layer of the Bator Inferno. This plain was an endless rocky slope. Waterfalls formed by rocks were very common here. They would crush anything in their path. The sky was boiling like scales. The devils of this layer were protected by red copper fortresses, which were designed to divert and deflect the frequent rock flows. However, nothing could stop the worst of the landslides, so the characteristics of this plain were slowly changing. Unless Asmodeus took action, it would take thousands of years. Abyssal Fiend Floss's figure appeared in this layer. There were many terrible environments in the Bator Inferno, but Floss had long since gotten used to them. As a greater devil, abyssal fiends, or pit fiends, could adapt to most environments. Floss had been a pit fiend for quite some time now, and had been to most of the layers of the Bator Inferno. However, his activities were mainly in the first and second layers of the Bator Inferno. These two layers had more opportunities, while the lower layers of the Bator Inferno lacked enough opportunities to advance. He had come here to complete an important task given to him by Soren. Although he was unwilling to deal with the person he was about to meet, it was no longer up to him to decide. The original lord of the sixth layer of the Bator Inferno was an old hag. The hag countess wasn't a greater devil, but an extremely powerful night hag from the underworld. The former devil Lord Moloch had once ruled this layer, but he was later overthrown. During a great rebellion that swept through the nine hells, he openly defied the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. Most authorities agreed that this hag, one of Moloch's most trusted advisors, was the one who suggested Moloch's rebellion. Of course, the rebellion failed, and the hag was placed in Moloch's position. However, it was difficult for a hag that wasn't of the lawful evil faction to hold a high position in the Bator Inferno for long. Unsurprisingly, the hag countess eventually met her end. The new lord of the sixth layer of the Bator Inferno was Queen Yuma Glagia. She was the daughter of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. The Princess of Hell had already become a greater devil. Her mother had died in the last rebellion, and she hated the devil lord of the fifth layer, Levistus. He'd been sealed in ice by Asmodeus for thousands of years. Before becoming the overlord of the sixth hell, Queen Yuma Glagia had traveled the prime material plane and gained a few followers. Most of Glagia's followers were inexperienced, young, and naive humans. Glagia recruited youths brimming with vitality and made them willingly accept certain taboo experiments. The Principality of Rossard must be mentioned here. The Queen Yuma shadow had always been behind the rapid rise of Soren's rival, the Duke of Red Dragon. A warlock's bloodline required certain taboo conditions to maintain. Soren had enough reason to suspect that it was the Queen Yuma Glacia's help that allowed the Duke of Red Dragon's wife to possess her current strength. Moreover, the Queen Yuma had been searching for humans in the prime material plane for a long time to conduct experiments. The Duke of Red Dragon was likely to be one of the successful experiments. In this plane ruled by the daughter of the Lord of Bator, Asmodeus, the pit fiend Floss kept a low profile. After advancing for half a day, he arrived in the vicinity of a special red fortress in the sixth plane. This was a fortress with red copper on the outside. As a greater devil, Floss easily passed through the guards and obtained the right to meet the master of the fortress, the soul stealer Nigris. Floss passed through a passage filled with the smell of metal. The walls around him were filled with corpses that had been turned into specimens. There were devils, demons, and even demons. Most of the powerful creatures in the lower planes had their corpses left behind as specimens in this passage. All of this represented the strength of the master of this fortress, and all the guests who came here for the first time felt a trace of reverence. "I heard you want to discuss a big deal with me." When Floss entered a vast, dark red hall, a devil sitting on a chair made from the skin of a hellhound turned around. He looked a little like a gray-skinned human, but was different from the other devils. This was a greater devil that had constructed his own form and appearance. He looked like a human with a single horn, gray skin, and scarlet pupils. Yes, Floss tried his best to keep his voice calm. The greater devil in front of him was the legendary soul stealer, Nigris of the Bator Inferno. Just like there were many unknown top legendary figures in the gray area of the material plane, there were also some devils in the Bator Inferno who were very powerful, but their reputation was far less than the other archdevils and the devil generals among the devils. However, as long as one came into contact with the higher-ups in the lower planes, they would know that there was a group of very special existences in the lower planes. That was the Soul Stealer. The Soul Stealer was a title, and it was a taboo title in the lower planes. If one was not a greater devil, a demon, or a demon, one would not know about the existence of these monsters. They were thieves and robbers. They were also the most dangerous group of people in the lower planes. Because the origin of the title Soul Stealer came from this group of people who often sneaked into the underworld or places close to the underworld, and then stole high-quality souls from the servants of death from other planes. This was a well-known point. On the sixth floor of the Bator Inferno, the fortress where Queen Yuma Glacia was located was recognized as the place where the most souls were stored in the Bator Inferno. Even long before the Hag Countess was on the throne, that fortress was the place where the most souls were stored in the Bator Inferno. The reason was simple. That was because there was a special organization on the sixth floor of the Bator Inferno, and that was the Soul Stealer, which was made up of the most daring high-grade demons and devils. Nigris was the current leader of the Soul Stealers on the sixth floor. These Soul Stealers rarely participated in the fights between the Archdukes. They were like a group of special arms dealers. If the Archdukes lost many of their subordinates and needed a batch of high-quality souls to replenish their servants, then they would trade with the Archdukes. They would sell the souls of professionals stolen from the servants of death at a high price from the underworld, the spirit realm, the Yellow Wilderness, and other places to them. Most of the Soul Stealers were very powerful, and almost all of the existences who could get the title of Soul Stealer were at least high-grade legends. Floss was a little nervous, but he still took a deep breath and said, "My master needs a large number of high-quality soul crystals." I thought about it. In the Bator Inferno, I'm afraid that only you have them. Hearing Floss' words, Nigris smiled and said calmly, "The most valuable thing in the lower planes is souls." Then, how many souls does your master want? What will he use as a trade? Souls were the currency of the lower planes, and the souls of professionals were the best part of the currency. The Soul Stealers were not interested in the souls of ordinary people. They only stole the souls of professionals and high-grade creatures from the hands of the servants of death. Nigris did not ask who the master behind Floss was. This was the rule of the lower planes. The Soul Stealers would never ask who bought the souls from them. They only cared about whether the other party could take out something that they were interested in as a reward. Divine artifact. The abyss purgatory demon, Florence, slowly uttered the two words. Then he saw the pupils of the soul stealer, Nigra's, in front of him suddenly shrink. The weight of the two words was heavier than he imagined. And, as the leader of the soul stealers, he must have thought of the identity of the existence who could take out the divine artifact. For a moment, Nigra's the soul stealer hesitated, but he quickly nodded and said, "If that's the case, then there's no problem with the trade. We still need to see the actual goods for the specific number and equivalent souls to be traded. Also, please convey our goodwill to your master." Chapter 886. After discussing some matters, the pit fiend Floss left the castle. Not long after he left, Nigra sent a greater devil to secretly deliver a message to the largest palace in the 6th level of the Bator Inferno. About 10 minutes later, a teleportation portal appeared. The radiance of an advanced teleportation spell appeared, and 3 graceful figures, one big and 2 small, appeared in the Soul Stealers' Hall. Lady Glagia. Although Nigra's was the leader of the Soul Stealers, he was no different from an ordinary lesser devil in front of the ruler of the 6th level of the Bator Inferno, Queen of Yuma Glagia. The Soul Stealers were a very loose organization. Although there were many elites within, devils, demons, and devils were a mix of races. Most of the Soul Stealers were under the protection of the lords of the lower planes. Nigra's was under the protection of the Queen of Yuma Glagia, but he wasn't her servant. The two were closer to a cooperative relationship. The large amount of souls stored in Glagia's castle came from the offerings of the Soul Stealers. Queen of Yuma Glagia was a beautiful devil with bronze skin. She had a pair of wings that symbolized her status as a greater lustful devil, a small and deadly swallowtail, and a sharp horn. In terms of appearance, she was probably one of the most beautiful female creatures in the Bator Inferno, perhaps even in the multiverse. There were many adjectives to describe her appearance that didn't need to be repeated. She was absolutely exquisite and full of temptation. Although her charm couldn't compare to the succubus queen Mechanut, she was more beautiful than the succubus queen. She had inherited the power of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. She wasn't that old among the devil lords, but she had already advanced to become a greater devil. Behind Glagia were 2 small and exquisite lustful demons. Nigra's didn't dare to look at the lustful queen in front of him because he knew how prideful she was and how cruel she was to male demons. In all of Bator, there were only a handful of males who could compare to her in terms of status and strength. As the daughter of the Lord of Bator, Glagia didn't place any males in her eyes apart from her own father. Naturally, she treated any male devils who had designs on her as nothing more than playthings to entertain themselves with. Of course, this wasn't the sex and love of the mortal world. Glagia wouldn't allow a male creature so much lower than her to touch her. What she liked was a form of entertainment that was even more cruel, merciless, and bloody. Speak. Glagia's voice carried a trace of arrogance as she faced the leader of the Soul Stealers. "You call me over in such a hurry. There must be something important." Queen Yuma narrowed her eyes. One thing was for sure. If what he said next didn't satisfy her, Nigra's knew that he would have a hard time in the future. "Yes." He hurriedly nodded and said in a deep voice, "A greater devil came to make a deal with me today. He actually asked for 6,000 mid-grade soul crystals right off the bat." Next, Nigra's told Queen Yuma about the details of his conversation with Floss. As the overlord of the 6th layer of the Bator Inferno, she was involved in most of the major transactions of the Soul Stealers. It was highly likely that a Grand Duke or lesser devil overlord was preparing to expand their army, and it might be information that Glagia needed. In the lower planes, many devil overlords liked to buy wild abyssal worms from night witches and ghost nannies, and then choose the ones with potential to become mid-grade devils. However, most of the elite troops of the Archdevil Lords were creatures that had been personally created using their souls. Devils born this way had great potential and were very loyal to their creators. In other words, The Devil Lords had already left a mark of enslavement on these souls when they transformed them into devils. 6,000 middle grade and above souls? That's enough to form an elite army. After hearing Nigra's words, Queen Eumaglasia couldn't help but sink into deep thought. He's actually using a divine weapon to make a deal. Could it be that there's an evil god standing behind him? An evil god. Many evil gods had attached their divine kingdoms to the Bator Inferno, and many of them were close to the Bator Inferno. That was why the greater devils had a lot of dealings with them. Glasia's expression grew solemn as this matter involved an evil god. Can you guess who it is? She turned to look at the soul stealer in front of her. There are only so many evil gods near the Bator Inferno. Do you know who's behind him? The majority of evil gods were in the lower planes. However, dealing with the soul stealer didn't necessarily require an evil god whose divine kingdom was in the Bator Inferno. Evil gods from other places like the Grey Waste, the Azura Field, the Scorching Inferno, and so on could also secretly find a representative to buy souls from the Bator Inferno. I don't know. Nigris shook his head. However, I can confirm that the evil god behind the pit fiend isn't simple. I actually sensed a monitoring imprint on him. It's very likely that he's an evil god with lesser divine force or higher. Hearing the soul stealer's words, Glasia furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment. Let's do the deal as per normal. Once the divine weapon is delivered, bring it to me immediately. Most divine artifacts had their own requirements. Mortals wouldn't be able to use them if they didn't meet the requirements. However, for greater devils with a trace of divinity and even more powerful devil overlords, divine weapons were shockingly valuable. Sometimes divine weapons didn't need to be used. Devils could always think of various ways to corrupt and transform a divine weapon, whether it was to corrupt it or find a way to extract the divine force within it. This was something that all devils were tempted by. Your subordinate understands. Nigris hurriedly nodded. Glasia's face revealed a trace of satisfaction when she heard this. Serve me well. If you can prove yourself, I'll recommend you to my father. Queen Euma's father was naturally the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. Nigris' expression immediately revealed a trace of excitement when he heard this. Motor City. Study. Today was a good day. Although the outer islands were becoming more and more stormy as summer approached, and even Motor City would experience heavy downpours from time to time. However, Soren had received a piece of good news today. The devil's servant he'd sent out had contacted the soul stealer in the Bator Inferno. If the transaction was successful, Soren would be able to obtain a large number of mid-level and above soul crystals from the soul stealer, and these soul crystals could all be used to make steel golems. With the further development of Motor City, ordinary golems could no longer meet Soren's requirements. Moreover, creating higher-grade steel golems required even better soul crystals. This was something that could only be satisfied in the lower planes. From golems to steel golems, the combat power would soar in a straight line. An army composed entirely of steel golems, let alone an army from a material plane, even an elite demon army from the abyss would be able to fight to their heart's content. At present, Soren had already dealt with the soul crystals. What he had to do next was to find a way to obtain a large amount of steel to meet the consumption of the golem factory at full power. Of course, that was a little difficult to do, because with the current level of civilization in the material plane, it was impossible to meet the steel output required by Soren. Soren still had no clue about the steel-making technology during the Arcane Empire. The magic steel forging process was still under research. Therefore, the only thing Soren could do now was to increase the manpower investment and mobilize the Grey Dwarves from the Underdark. The steel forging technology of the Grey Dwarves could temporarily meet the consumption of the Golem factory. As for the other parts that were not enough, he could only find a way to purchase materials from the Northern Witch Council. Although Motor City was developing rapidly, there were still shortcomings in many aspects. The Golem army was a very important part of Soren's plan. He had now initially solved the problem of energy supply, and now he was almost solving the shortage of soul crystals. The only difficulty preventing him from building an army of steel golems was how to get enough high-quality steel. The weight of a steel golem was at least 2 tons. Unlike the relatively cheap golems, the steel golems were far more expensive than the golems in terms of craftsmanship and cost. If Soren wanted to build an army of steel golems, the materials consumed would be amazing. With the current level of civilization in the material plane, he might have to rely on himself to find a way. Chapter 887. Lulu was in a bad mood today because she met a very strange woman when she went out today. This woman gave her a very intimate vibe at first, and when the other party first met Lulu, she was also very friendly, but her eyes were full of vigor and no one knew what she was thinking. The communication between the two was very good at first, and Lulu also thought that she met a very good person and maybe they could be good friends in the future. But what happened next was beyond Lulu's expectation. After the woman invited Lulu to play at her hotel, she began to do all kinds of inappropriate things to Lulu. Cat-type work creatures were very sensitive. This wasn't just about the perception of her body, but also about the kindness and malice of others. For example, Soren and Gloria would touch Lulu's little head. The little cat girl could feel a trace of kindness and concern, so she did not reject this kind of touch. But the woman she met today was different. She touched Lulu's ears and put her hands on some places that made Lulu feel very shy. This immediately alerted her, so she jumped out of the window and ran back to the city lord's mansion without a second thought. She was now hesitating whether to tell others about this matter, such as Gloria and Soren, because she always felt that the woman was strange. The material plane, the mountain range. This place was located in the northwest of the continent. It was a land surrounded by mountains, and it was also the gathering place of the Highland dwarves. At this moment, 2 hazy figures appeared here. Soren slowly descended from the sky. He looked at the collapsed mountains in front of him, and his expression became dignified. Is this the place? It seems that the devils have looted everything here. Gloria stared at the collapsed entrance in front of her and murmured, I didn't expect the devils to suddenly attack the dwarves. Soren was also silent. After a while, he looked up and said, Let's go in and have a look. The simulacrum doesn't last long. Since we're here, let's see where the devils came from. The third wave of the Avatar crisis had officially broken out. However, what surprised Soren was that the demons' target wasn't the humans, but the Highland dwarves who lived in the mountains. All this time, human beings were the first race to be affected by the Avatar crisis. Because the number of human beings was the largest in the material plane and they were scattered all over the world, they were affected the most. According to the normal historical progress, the third wave of the Avatar crisis should also have erupted against human beings, but at present, for some unknown reason, there was a slight change. The first target of the devils was actually the dwarves, and the human territory had not been officially attacked by the devil army for the time being. This could be because of Soren. Because of him, the intensity of the first 2 waves of attacks had decreased a lot, which also allowed many human cities to preserve a lot of their strength. With the devil's shrewdness, they might not be willing to attack those cities. Of course, the main reason was that many cities had churches and shrines of the gods. Before the impact of the demons played its due role, the demons did not dare to directly confront the churches of the gods. Stone to mud. Gloria raised her hand to cast a spell and then cleared a passage. Simulacrum only preserved 70 to 80% of the strength. Gloria could not cast many spells now, but fortunately, if the body created by Simulacrum died, it would not affect the main body at all. When encountering a powerful enemy, she could directly cancel the spell. This was a very safe way of projection. The 2 of them went into the passage. Because the dwarves like to stay in the mountains or underground, the news was relatively close to the outside world. The battle here had been over for almost 4 or 5 days, and Soren only got the news today. In other words, when he felt the third wave of the Avatar crisis coming a few days ago, the battle here had already broken out. The third wave of impact was not delayed, but it did not fall on humans, and Soren did not realize it. There were dead dwarves everywhere. This was a branch of the Highland Dwarves' rock fortress. The dwarves of this branch were born with rock-like skin, relatively burly build, and a population of about 10 to 20,000 people. For the dwarves, a fortress with such a large population was close to a big human city. Strange. Why don't I see the devil's body? Gloria looked behind Soren for a while, and her expression suddenly became a little strange. She murmured, "Since we came in, we have seen hundreds of dead dwarves. Why can't we even see a devil's body?" After all, she was not a melee profession, and some hidden things could not be seen at all. Soren turned and glanced at her, then turned over one of the dead dwarves. The face of the dead dwarf still had the expression of horror before death, and his face was a little black, which proved that he was poisoned before death. Soren pointed to the fatal wound near the back of the neck of the dead dwarf and slowly said, "The wound is on the back of the neck, which proves that the enemy attacked from behind. Looking at the wound, it should be left by the bone demon. These dwarves were killed on the way to escape, and the gate was right in front of them. They wanted to escape from here before they died. Looking at the signs of the gate's collapse, it should be man-made. The purpose is to make sure that none of these dwarves can escape. So many of these corpses looked desperate before they died. The devils didn't attack from the outside. If I'm not wrong, they attacked from the bottom of the fortress. When the battle here happened, everything was almost over. So there is no devil's body here, because it was just the end of the battle to eliminate the deserters." As if to confirm Soren's words, when they were about to approach the lower passage, the bodies of the devils began to appear. The first corpses that appeared were chained demons, then some bone demons' corpses. Compared to the dead devils, there were more dwarves' corpses. Obviously, the battle was not at the same level at all. From a nearly 10 to 1 casualty ratio, this was almost a crushing massacre. Gloria's face became more and more dignified as she murmured, "I'm afraid that the equipment of these dwarves is stronger than the regular army of Mordor. Even the dwarves were slaughtered. If these devils attacked Mordor, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Highland dwarves were well equipped. Dwarves were born to be masters of forging. Their equipment level was the highest among all races on average. Almost all dwarven warriors had a set of excellent enchanted equipment, and their natural strength and physique made their starting point higher than humans. But from what they saw, these dwarves, who were far more powerful than humans, were completely slaughtered. These are not ordinary devils." Soren paused when he heard Gloria's words, then waved his hand toward the ground, and the emblem on a devil's corpse fell into his palm. Gloria saw his movements and wondered, "What did you find?" Soren opened his palm and showed her. Gloria's face changed slightly when she saw the emblem, and murmured, "The Grand Duke of the Devil, Bear?" Soren nodded slowly. This was a special emblem that did not belong to any god's church, but belonged to a special devil. The commander of the bloody war, Bear, the lord of the first layer of the Bator Inferno, the leader of the 8 generals of hell, and the supreme commander in charge of commanding the devil army in the Abyss Bloody War. Gloria was naturally very knowledgeable as a legendary wizard. Although Bear's emblem was not common, she still recognized it at a glance. There was a short silence. Then Gloria's voice was a little dry. "It was the Bloody War that attacked here?" Bloody War. When these 2 words were mentioned, Gloria's voice obviously hesitated. However, when Soren nodded silently, her expression suddenly became more dignified than ever. She looked at Soren and said slowly, "I'm afraid this material plane is going to face a great catastrophe." Chapter 888. It has been raining heavily for the past 2 days, and the water level in my hometown has risen. Futu himself took a video of others fishing on the street. Tomorrow, he will send it to the public WeChat account for you to see. In addition, he also said that he also caught a grass carp weighing 3 pounds in front of his house. Ugh! The deeper they went underground, the more dwarf corpses there were. However, the approximate casualty ratio was still maintained at 10-1. The lives of 10 dwarf warriors could be exchanged for the life of a middle-level devil. The devils who invaded here basically did not have low-level cannon fodder. All of them were elite troops who had officially participated in the bloody battle. The efficiency of slaughtering these dwarves was simple and neat. The only place where the Devil Legion paid more casualties was near the temple area. That is, the place where the main god of the dwarf divine system, Moradin, was enshrined. The divine power and the glory of faith that shrouded the temple area had dissipated. The Devil Legion somehow polluted the temple and completely destroyed it at the same time, eliminating the connection with the gods. During the period of the Avatar crisis, the defense of the temple was very amazing. However, now that the power of the gods was seriously damaged, the temple could only retain a little of its original power. No god would take the risk to directly send an incarnation to guard the temple. The main god of the temple was the dwarf god, Moradin. In addition, the temple area also worshipped two other gods. One was the dwarf god of exploration, Dumisan, and the other was the dwarf god of theft, Vegadin. Both of these gods were mid-level divine power. The former mainly explored treasures, minerals, secret treasures, and so on. It had a wide range of beliefs among the dwarves and miners. The latter was the god of the dwarves who was in charge of wealth, luck, and opportunity. He also had the divine domain of dwarves, luck, trade, craftiness, and so on. He was also the god of theft. Obviously, Vegadin was much better off. Wealth and luck were two very important divine domains. Under normal circumstances, there would be a treasure trove under Vegadin's temple. Soren took a look and found that a secret room had been opened. The demons seemed to be aware of this as well. After conquering the dwarven fortress, they brought back most of the valuable spoils back to the dwarves. Unlike the demons in other planes, the demons in the first and second layers of the Badhor Inferno often dealt with merchants from other planes, so they cared more about gold and silver coins. They knew that they could use these coins to buy supplies from the plane merchants. There were many planes in the multiverse. It was common to see human planar merchants in the Badhor Inferno, but they didn't come from the material planes. Most of them came from other demiplanes and even special places like Sigil City. As long as there was profit to be made, the devils would deal with any race or creature. Below the dwarven fortress was a huge furnace. Soren sensed the presence of the dimensional crack from here. No wonder the dwarves were caught off guard. It turned out that the demons suddenly emerged from the flames near the furnace. Many devils were immune to fire damage, so it would be difficult to defend a dwarven fortress from here. However, this also proved that this group of demons had done their research before attacking. They knew the structure of the fortress and the contents of the information. This was different from the other devil lords. It was obviously the work of Barty. It's almost time. Gloria didn't look too good after walking around this place full of corpses. The witches were a little spoiled, so she didn't see many of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood that were common to close combat professions. The simulacrum spell didn't last long. It was almost time for it to wear off. Soren looked around and nodded. Cancel the spell. Let's go back. There's nothing valuable here. As the spell was lifted, the figures of the two people disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Soren walked out of the study. Gloria also walked out of the laboratory with a serious look on her face. I have something to talk to you about. Gloria walked to Soren's side and said seriously, everything I saw today is really, if Mordor was attacked like this, and we happened to not be in the city, I'm afraid it would be impossible to resist such an attack with the defensive power of Mordor. I want to test the defense system of the magic lock recently, then arrange steel golems in some positions. These golems won't be activated usually, but once the city is attacked, the magic lock will automatically activate the defense system in the city and let the steel golems step on the battlefield immediately, activating the device. Just like what Soren found in the arcane ruins, after triggering the alarm, the defense measures would be automatically activated, and the golem army would appear immediately to eliminate the invaders. This was a relatively subtle application, and it had to be attached to the magic lock. Soren nodded and said, "Okay." After a while, the production of steel golems will increase a lot. At that time, we will test the defense system of Mordor. Okay. Gloria nodded and then said, "By the way, Mother wants to do a large-scale experiment in a few days. She may need your help to ensure safety." Large-scale experiment? Could it be the study of elemental fission? Soren's face changed slightly when he heard that, but Gloria seemed to understand his thoughts. She gently lifted her long hair and said, "Don't worry. It's not the study of elemental fission. The information we have at present is not enough to carry out experiments. What Mother wants to do is to raise the floating space tower and then teleport directly to the astral world. This is a very important experiment. If the results are successful, we can go to and from the astral world at any time through the arcane tower, and we can use the ability of the floating space tower to collect the astral sand. The floating space ring and other materials need some materials from the astral world. If the arcane tower can go to and from the astral world freely, we could try to build it into a small fortress, just like the steel fortress of the Githyankis floating in the astral world. So that's how it is. Soren thought about it, and suddenly felt that it was a good idea. The resources of the astral world were huge. Although he could easily go to and from the astral world, it was very troublesome to collect them by his own strength. If the arcane tower could also be teleported to the astral world, then it would be equivalent to having a small base, which would be beneficial for Mordor City's storage of various resources. They could even use the arcane tower to track meteorites and meteors in the astral world. Maybe they could also find a completely diamondized meteor. Yes, Soren nodded immediately and said, "Let me know when the teleportation experiment is carried out, right? Is the current energy supply of Mordor City enough to maintain the floating space tower to and from the astral world?" Gloria and Fallen, which were responsible for the research in this area. Soren didn't know much about it. Gloria thought for a moment and said softly, "It should be a little difficult at the moment, but according to the original plan, Mordor City's demand for astral world's resources will increase in the future, so the experiment of astral world teleportation has been brought forward." Understood. Soren nodded. The two then discussed some other things, and then Gloria went back to her laboratory. Soren was also ready to go to the temple. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed a trace of divine power fluctuation. It was actually near the city lord's mansion. There was a god's incarnation, or perhaps even the main body. It actually dared to sneak into the vicinity of his headquarters. "Who is it?" Soren stopped suddenly, and then his figure disappeared. Judging from a fluctuation of divine power, the level of the other party's divine power was much lower than Soren's. It was very likely that it was a minor divine power or a lesser divine power. As a true god of the Order Evil alignment, Soren did not have many allies, and most of them would not come uninvited. Most of Soren's allies were above the intermediate divine power, such as the goddess of the sea, the goddess of wealth, the goddess of agriculture, and so on. Soren rarely dealt with weak gods. He didn't know whether the true god who quietly entered Mordor City was kind or malicious, but seeing him sneaking close to Soren's base, it should belong to the kind of purpose that couldn't be exposed. Now he wanted to see who actually sneaked into Mordor City. Chapter 889. The visitor seemed to be a woman. Soren's figure blended into the shadows, and he silently watched the goddess who was wandering outside the walls of his house. She seemed to be ready to climb over the wall, but was a little scared. According to his first judgment, Soren determined that the other party was a goddess with minor divine power. There were not many goddesses with this level of divine power. According to their appearance, he could judge which ones they were. There were many female gods in the Pantheon Temple. But looking at the characteristics of the visitor's behavior, as well as her natural, slightly frivolous aura, Soren could almost guess the identity of the other party. The goddess of cats and pleasure, Sherry Ease. There was a passage about her that recorded, Sherry likes to tease handsome and beautiful mortals very much. She can't help but flirt with everyone she meets. However, whenever her passion is satisfied and subsides, Sherry will soon feel troubled and tired, and once again set out to find new excitement. She hates the snake creatures, controlled by Seth, very much. Looking at the entire Pantheon temple, there were two most frivolous and flirtatious goddesses. One was the goddess of love, Shuni, and the other was the goddess of cats and pleasure, Cherise. He had long heard of Cherise's great name, especially the matter of her being taught by the Lady of the Night. It was widely spread among many adventurers back then. However, today was the first time that Soren met the goddess of cats and pleasure. He was still a little curious about the goddess in front of him. This was because the other party was currently pacing back and forth outside the walls of his house. It seemed like he wanted to do something bad. However, this sneaky look didn't seem like he wanted to do anything bad. He guessed that it was just a petty thief. Sherry was a woman with a plump body. Her current appearance should be disguised. A god like her couldn't walk around with her original appearance, because it was said that her beauty was comparable to the goddess of love. Soren stood in place and watched for a while. He found that Sherry seemed to be very hesitant. Judging from the current situation, there was something in Soren's house that attracted her and made her want to go in. However, Soren's existence also made her feel a little afraid. She only dared to secretly stand outside the wall and hesitate, but she didn't move for a long time. "You don't look like you want to do anything bad?" Soren smiled and shook his head. He didn't want to waste time with the goddess in front of him. He directly canceled his sneak and appeared behind her. He slowly said, "Lady Sherry, I don't know why you've been wandering outside my walls for so long." Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The shark claws instantly attacked Soren, but Soren didn't seem to care. He casually waved his hand and blocked the enemy's attack with his bare hands. At the same time, he shook his hand and directly used the monk's hidden strength to send the enemy flying. To be honest, there weren't many goddesses in the Pantheon who had real combat strength. Although many of the female gods were in charge of very important positions, many of them were related to their nature. As for their combat strength, there were only a few that needed to be paid attention to. It couldn't be helped. Women were born with the ability to give birth to children, which was a very important part of the position. The sudden appearance of Soren obviously shocked the cat and pleasure goddess, Cherise. She was now like a cat with its fur standing on end. She immediately attacked Soren. When it came to a cat with its fur standing on end, it had to be said that this sentence was very vivid. This was because the cat and pleasure goddess, Sherry's weapon, was called giant cat claws. It was a pair of divine claws. That's right, this goddess was a cat lover, and her personality was very similar to that of felines. Her first priesthood was cat. Sir, Soren. The counterattack was easily blocked by Soren. The cat and pleasure goddess, Sherry, also calmed down a little. After seeing Soren, she immediately guessed his identity. Because in the entire Mordor city, the only person who had the ability to find her and quietly approach her without her noticing was probably Soren, who had the clergy of Shadow and Rogue. Sherry's expression was a little awkward, but there was still a trace of nervousness and fear. Soren's fierce name made her feel uneasy. I just happened to pass by here." The cat and pleasure goddess seemed to be frightened by Soren and stammered a little. Soren smiled and said slowly, "Miss Sherry's, you can't possibly think that such a lousy lie can fool me, right? If that's the case, then I'm afraid you're insulting my IQ. It just so happens that my church is going to hold a large-scale celebration. Otherwise, I'll make you perform a dance at the celebration as a punishment. For example, your favorite night dance." Speaking of this, Soren's expression suddenly became a little malicious. Hearing Soren's words, Sherry's face suddenly turned pale, especially the night dance. That was her favorite dance when she was at her lowest. The cat and pleasure goddess didn't know why Soren even knew this kind of thing, but in the current situation, she could only confess. So, Sherry seemed to give up resistance and said, I was bored and came out to travel. When I was traveling in Mordor City, I happened to meet a cat girl. Now, the number of cat work creatures is very rare. It's so rare that even the gods can't meet them so easily. I like this cat girl very much, so I secretly followed her. I didn't expect to run near your house. I also hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether to go in or not. The truth, when the goddess of cat and pleasure spoke again, Soren was ready to detect lies. But what he never thought was that the real reason that came out of the other party's mouth was so speechless. Okay, no wonder her believers were a bunch of idiots. This was a typical example of a crooked stick having a crooked shadow. Like an unreliable god, there would be a group of unreliable believers. That's my sister's little maid. Soren glanced at her and knew what she was thinking. He slowly said, "It's impossible for her to be your believer. Moreover, in the current turbulent situation, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to run around. As a god, I feel a little worried about your thoughts." Hearing Soren's words, the cat and pleasure goddess's face suddenly turned a little red. She was a goddess with wanderlust. During the last time of troubles, she also fell into the trap of the Lady of Night because she ran around blindly. Unexpectedly, she still didn't learn her lesson. With the current situation in the material plane, Sherry should be obediently hiding behind the goddess of love to seek protection. After all, the goddess of love was also a great god, and she more or less had the ability to protect her. The Lady of Night is currently missing. Soren looked at the cat and pleasure goddess in front of him and slowly said, "But she has never forgotten that you escaped from her hands." Hearing Soren's words, Sherry's face suddenly changed. She could feel a trace of kindness from Soren, but the nature of a cat made her dislike being disciplined like a child. After all, she was a goddess, a true goddess, and it was many years earlier than Sauron's ascension. But she couldn't refute Soren's words, because with her strength, she really couldn't protect herself when facing many enemies. Currently, she was safe only because of the disguise of a god. If she met an enemy who could see through her disguise and craftiness, then Sherry's would be in a very dangerous situation. Facing the silent cat and the goddess of joy, Soren thought for a moment and waved his hand. A golden light of divinity shot directly to a corner of the port of Moder, followed by another light of divinity. The next moment, a hazy figure appeared in the temple of the goddess of joy and quickly approached Soren's position. It couldn't be helped. After all, Sherry's was still a true goddess. Soren could talk to her, but he couldn't discipline her. He had a good impression of the goddess in front of him, so he might as well form a good relationship with her. To deal with this kind of wanderlust goddess, Soren could only use his trump card. "Parent, please." Because of the past history, the cat and pleasure goddess Sherry's had always been under the goddess of love, which was equivalent to half a god of the goddess of love. You all know the relationship between the two priesthoods, pleasure and love, so to a certain extent, the goddess of love was her parent. For this goddess with great divine power, Soren felt that it was still necessary to have a little contact with her. No matter what, he would first get to know her and form a good relationship with her. There would always be a use for her in the future. Just right. Today, he could use the reason of catching the cat and pleasure goddess home. Let the goddess of joy contact the goddess of love, and then directly bring Sherry's back, so that she wouldn't always run into danger outside, and also take the opportunity to meet the goddess of love. Chapter 890. After the goddess of joy landed on the ground, she turned into a beautiful girl. When she saw the cat and the goddess of joy next to her, she was immediately taken aback and said, "Cherise, why are you here? When did you come to Mordor?" Unlike the cat and the goddess of joy, Leo was the real goddess of love. As soon as the goddess of joy saw Cherise, she guessed what had happened. Then, she bowed slightly to Soren to express her gratitude. Then, as if she had a troublesome younger sister at home, she shook her head and said, "I didn't expect Cherise to run around at this time. I'll inform Lady Shuni now and let her take Cherise back." Although the goddess of joy had appeared in front of her, Karis still didn't seem too happy. However, after hearing the name of the goddess of love, Shuni, she finally felt a little scared. Her expression also became a lot more honest, but her eyes still looked like she had her own thoughts. As a goddess of chaos who had wanderlust, Cherise did not like to be disciplined, but in the face of the goddess of love, she often did not have any temper at all, because the other party was indeed a very powerful god, and she had saved her life before. The goddess of joy was extremely efficient. About a few minutes later, a golden light appeared in the Temple of Joy, and then it fell directly in front of Soren, a god's avatar. Obviously, the goddess of love would not come to Mordor in person. Sending an avatar was the most convenient and safest thing. May love be with you, dear Lord of Shadows, teacher of the rogues, protector of the half-elves, the goddess of love. Shuni was a beautiful woman with long red hair. She was mature, elegant, and full of enthusiasm that could infect anyone. Just like what was recorded in the books, the goddess of love liked to appear as a beautiful woman with long shining hair. She also liked to be flattered and praised, just like what was written in the books. Many gods thought that the goddess of love was an insignificant and not dangerous person, just like most of her believers. They were all regarded as frivolous and superficial people who loved vanity, but there was no danger in this, although she did not have a fighting divinity. However, Soren knew one thing for sure. Any god with great divine power would not be easy to deal with when they got serious. If the goddess of love were to really unleash her full power, gods like the goddess of ocean, the goddess of agriculture, and the goddess of wealth would not be her match at all. No matter what, she was still a great divine power who had existed for a long time. This was the first time the goddess of love, Shuni, had addressed Soren in a formal manner, so Soren returned the greeting. He bowed slightly and said, "Welcome, the embodiment of love and beauty. Your Excellency Shuni." The official title of the goddess of love was the goddess of love and beauty. Her core priesthood was beauty, love, and passion. She likes anything beautiful. When Soren called her the embodiment of love and kindness, he was actually flattering her. Just as Soren had expected, the goddess of love was very satisfied with the way Soren addressed her. A warm smile immediately appeared on her beautiful face. She slowly said, "Thank you very much, Sir Soren. If not for you, Cherise would have been in big trouble this time." At this moment, the goddess of love was like a mother or elder sister who felt helpless towards a rebellious little girl. There was a trace of doting, a trace of worry, and a trace of helplessness. She was also in charge of a part of the protection priesthood. The goddess of love was a passionate and kind goddess. Regardless of her personal life, Shuni was a worthy divine ally, just based on her personality. This was because she was always willing to lend a helping hand to her allies. This was not an exaggeration at all. In the long history of the goddess of Silvermoon, she had once been at her weakest. At that time, she was so weak that she was weak. Because she was no match for the goddess of night, she had even sought refuge under the goddess of love as half of her god. Later on, the goddess of Silvermoon recovered part of her power and began to search for her own path again. The goddess of love did not hesitate to let her go and had always been her staunch ally. It was the same for the cat and the goddess of joy. In order to save her, the goddess of love had completely offended the goddess of night. Because of this, the two gods had secretly competed with each other. In order to resist the revenge of the goddess of night, the goddess of love had always been secretly supporting the goddess of magic and the goddess of Silvermoon. She was now quite friendly towards Soren, and this was also related to another reason. This was an alliance of the goddesses of the pantheon. This faction of goddesses included the goddess of magic, the goddess of love, the goddess of Silvermoon, the goddess of joy, the goddess of cat and dance, the goddess of music, and so on. Even the goddess of wealth was once a member of this faction, but she had slowly faded away. It was worth mentioning that the goddess of love also used a whip as a weapon. It was a whip called the soft silk belt. Soren had always thought that it was called the Whip of Love, but he did not expect it to be such a common name. He did not know why. Many of the goddesses of the pantheon liked to use whips as weapons. The goddess of love was a target that could be roped in. She was not a threat to Soren, but she had the combat power of a great god. For Shuni's kindness, Soren gave a sufficient response. However, the goddess obviously did not intend to stay in Mordor for too long. After capturing the cat and the goddess of joy, she said to Soren, "Mistra's whereabouts are unknown." The name of the goddess of magic. Sir Soren, you have to be careful now. It is said that the goddess of night has returned. I'm worried that she has some conspiracy against others. Shar, the embodiment of night, the axis of evil. The goddess of love's hint was obviously related to Soren's mastery of the shadow, priesthood, because these were the priesthoods that the goddess of night had always wanted. The goddess of magic was still missing. However, according to the goddess of love's tone, the goddess of night seemed to have signs of returning. This was not good news. In the current situation, the biggest enemy of the goddess of night was undoubtedly the goddess of Silvermoon. However, because of the priesthood of shadow, Soren would definitely be in the forefront of the goddess of night's attention. It was necessary to win over the goddess of love. Soren knew very well that when fighting against the oldest great divine power, he must have some other great divine power allies around him. I understand. Soren nodded and said to the goddess of love, "I'll be very careful." Shuni smiled when she heard this. She was still so enthusiastic. Maybe it was because of her priesthood, or maybe it was because of her natural personality. The goddess could maintain a good attitude even during the turbulent times. She smiled at Soren and said, "I see the glory of love in you, and it seems that more than one lady is attached to you. I will send you my blessings. I hope that becoming a god will not make you lose your yearning for love." Who said that gods shouldn't have such sincere feelings? A pleasant chuckle sounded. The figure of the goddess of love gradually dissipated into light, and the goddess of joy, who had been unhappy, was also taken back by her. This goddess was indeed different from the other gods. Her emotions were much richer than the other gods. With the departure of the goddess of love, the goddess of joy bowed slightly to Soren, and then her avatar dissipated into the temple. Soren stayed where he was and fell in a deep thought. To some extent, meeting the goddess of love today had given him some inspiration. He had always been learning how to become a god according to his own ideas, but true gods had their own paths. The goddess of the ocean used cruelty to rule the sea. The goddess of wealth used benefits to win over merchants. The goddess of agriculture used love to win over believers. Every god seemed to have their own way of doing things, and these were all paths that belonged to them. As a new god, Soren did not join any gods, so he naturally did not have any gods to guide him. He had to explore everything on his own. Now, he also needed to start thinking about his own way of doing things as a true god in the future. P.S. Come. I'll give you a group buff. Blessing of the goddess of love and love's whip. Chapter 891. The city of Mordor was a pearl overseas. Although Soren's actions gradually became low-key, especially after he became a god, his interference in secular power gradually decreased. But as the core of the South Coast, the city of Mordor still attracted enough attention from outsiders. Now, some gods' churches began to pay attention to the city. It seemed that many believers of gods began to appear in the city of Mordor unknowingly. Some of them visited blatantly, and some came here quietly to observe everything here. A merchant ship gradually approached the port of Mordor. Carlton carefully put away a badge engraved with the words, "Open Rolling Scroll," then put on a scholar's robe and slowly walked out of the cabin. The port of Mordor was more lively than the rumors said. However, the purpose of Carlton's trip was not simply to travel. The church sent him to the outer islands in the hope that he could record and preserve everything here. He was a believer of Ogma, the god of knowledge. A powerful god who is absolutely neutral was also an outsider to this world. The believers of the Church of Knowledge often told a myth about the beginning of the world. Shortly after Surin, Lady of the Night, and Shar, Lady of the Silver Moon, created the material plane and the birth of the goddess of the earth, Chantia, a traveler came here from a very distant country. When the traveler came to this world, he saw that the whole world was chaotic and many changing concepts needed to be settled. Over the next billion years, the traveler defined and named each concept. The name bestowed by the traveler created a power that solidified all the originally unpredictable concepts, forming a physical world. This traveler was Agma. He was a god from outside the world and one of the ancient gods of the material plane. Agma was a conservative god, but in a long history, he had been strictly fulfilling his duties. The rise of Mordor entered the eyes of this ancient god, so his church also began to pay attention to the city and sent believers to the outer islands to record everything here. Carlton did not stay in the port for long. After getting off the ship, he quickly took out a small notebook and began to record everything he saw along the way. However, this believer who was loyal to his mission did not notice that when he just started to record, everything he did had already been seen by some people in the dark. At the same time, the staff in the merchant ship was soon interrogated, and then the information about him along the way was sent to the high-level officials of Mordor City. A believer of the god of knowledge? Don't worry about him, as long as it didn't involve the forbidden area of Mordor City. If you want to go anywhere else, let him go. Soren was the first to know about this. However, Soren did not care much about the god of knowledge. This god did not have much interaction with Soren. If there was one, it would be that Agma was one of the foreign gods. This clearly proved that there were other gods in the multiverse besides the gods that were connected to the material plane. In other words, they could be called gods of the crystal wall system. The number of divine seats in the Pantheon Temple could not be calculated, but at least from the point of view of the gods that were connected to the material plane, it was obvious that they could not fill so many seats in the Pantheon Temple. Soren was not surprised by the existence of foreign gods. At present, Naruto, who was more famous in the desert, was also one of the foreign gods because his core belief was still in another world. A material world that was very similar to the current plane. Of course, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, also had a belief in that world, but the core of her belief was still in the current material plane. The collapse of the belief network scattered a lot of Soren's energy. He had to spend a few hours every day dealing with and responding to the prayers of believers, which forced him to postpone many of his original plans. However, it was also because of this that Soren was also familiar with the duties of a god. At least, he knew how to be a god without the belief network, how to deal with the relationship with believers, and how to respond to the prayers of devout believers. This kind of experience was very precious. It was like people who were used to using the internet began to learn how to do their work without using the internet. The experiment is about to begin. About a few minutes later, Gloria's figure appeared in the study. She nodded to Soren and said seriously, "The floating space tower's astral teleportation experiment is about to begin. Mother asked me to invite you over." Soren stood up and walked in the direction of the arcane tower. This was a very important experiment. In the process of interdimensional teleportation, the various functions of the arcane tower may be overloaded. If such a situation occurred, the floating space tower would most likely not be able to maintain flight. At that time, Soren would need to transform into a god to drag the entire floating space tower to prevent the arcane tower from crashing into the city of Modor and causing an irreparable disaster. As soon as Soren arrived, the fallen which started the teleportation process. With the cold metal sound of falling, the arcane tower gradually rose into the air. The elemental furnace is activated. The mana transmission system is activated. The teleportation circle is activated. The astral beacon is locked. The elemental pool is activated. The energy shield is activated. The teleportation circle is being transported. Countdown to activation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A dazzling brilliance emerged. The next moment, the floating space tower, which was suspended about 100 meters in the air, disappeared. Soren's figure also instantly transformed into a god's form and disappeared directly from the material plane with the floating space tower. There was a deep darkness. In the boundless astral world, a crack suddenly appeared in the darkness, and then with the faint brilliance of the magic lock, a tower with a radius of about 150 meters appeared in the void with no gravity and no air. The teleportation is complete. The floating space tower has arrived in the astral world. Calculating the deviation of the teleportation beacon. The teleportation distance has deviated by 300 meters. With the thawing sound, Gloria and the fallen witch, who had been on tenterhooks, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Then Gloria said, "Activate the elemental tower. Start collecting the astral sand." Thawing monitored the abnormal situation nearby. A tower about 15 meters high rose. Along with the faint radiance above, the silver-white matter floating in the astral plane gradually began to gather toward it. Like a magnet, it attracted the silver-white matter that resembled quicksand, and below it, the steel golems were continuously transporting it away. It's a success. Next, as long as we collect enough astral sand, then we can make more large floating space rings. Fallen Witch's voice became lighter, and she said to Soren, "The teleportation is complete. You can leave the next thing to us. If you have something to do now, you can return to Mortar City first." He had to say, Gloria and Fallen Witch's ability to do things was really first class. Since there was nothing for him to do here, Soren was naturally ready to return to Mortar City. However, just as he was about to return to the material plane, a bright brilliance suddenly flashed in the distant void, and then Soren's eyes widened in surprise, and he said in a deep voice, "I seem to see a Githyanki steel fortress." Chapter 892, Astral Fortress. Under normal circumstances, one could only encounter the fortresses of the following three races in the boundless astral world. They were the Githyankis, the Githzerai, and the ancient mind flayers. It was mentioned a long time ago that in the distant ancient times, the mind flayers once created a brilliant interdimensional civilization and used the astral world as a transit point to control and enslave a large number of other races. The Grey Dwarves and the Githyankis were victims of the Mind Flayers' empire, and they were even forced to obtain the talent of psionic abilities during their long enslavement. The Mind Flayers used psionic energy, also known as psionic energy, to develop an extremely powerful interstellar civilization. They were an alien species from other worlds, and it was even said that the Mind Flayers who arrived here were in a huge astral world ship. The destruction of the Mind Flayers' empire allowed the Githyankis to inherit a lot of precious knowledge and abilities. Compared with the psionic talent of the Grey Dwarves, the Githyankis had more precious knowledge. They learned how to build the astral fortress, learned very high-end forging techniques, and adapted to the environment of the astral world. They were as evil as bandits, using the astral world as a springboard to plunder the resources of other worlds. The Githyankis could appear in any plane. Their race used the astral world fortress as their foundation and could enter all the worlds they could enter. The Githyankis liked to plunder, but if the target was strong enough, they would also learn to trade fairly. In the lower planes, there were evil Githyankis who used things from the astral world to trade with the Yugalos. As for the other kind of Githzerai, the path of monks prevailed within them, and they had not dealt with humans for many years. The Githzerai pursued the mystery of the mind. They believed that the deepest part of the mind hid the true self and power, and therefore they highly advocated the path of monks. They were the race with the most monks. They and the Githyankis were mortal enemies. Unfortunately, there are not many of them, and the probability of encountering them was very small. Note, only some ancient monasteries in the Eastern Kingdom still retain contact with the Githzerai. Hearing Soren's words, Gloria and Fallen, which suddenly became nervous. It was a well-known point. The astral plane was filled with all kinds of dangers, and there wasn't enough order here. Therefore, it was very normal to encounter battles and plunder when exploring the astral plane. The star boundary was really too big. Most of the creatures living in this dangerous environment were very unfriendly. Whether it was the astral fortress of the Mind Flayers or the astral fortress of the Githyanki's, they did not mind robbing other astral explorers or capturing them as their slaves if they were strong enough. There were no laws in the astral plane. Both the Mind Flayers and the Githyanki's loved to enslave other creatures and regarded slaves as an important part of their wealth. They're approaching us. When Soren first saw the steel fortress moving forward in the silver-white quicksand, he was quite surprised and curious because the probability of encountering Githyanki's in the astral boundary was very low, and the probability of encountering their steel fortress was even lower. These steel fortresses drifted in the endless astral boundary. Unless it was a wanderer who drifted in the astral boundary all year round, the probability of encountering them was similar to encountering the gods and saints by chance during the time of troubles. Under normal circumstances, encountering the steel fortress of the Githyanki's was not a good thing, because it meant that you might have to face the plunder of a Githyanki's army. It was very obvious. When Soren discovered the steel fortress of the Githyanki's, they also discovered the small floating space tower in the astral boundary. The Githyanki's had a natural psionic ability. Their steel fortress was shrouded in a powerful psionic force field, just like the High Priest's psionic domain. In the dark astral boundary, the Githyanki's could find any energy fluctuations nearby that were strong enough. This made it easy for them to avoid danger and find targets to plunder. There was no doubt about it. In the perception of the Githyanki's, this floating space tower, drifting alone in the astral boundary, was considered a target that they could plunder. Under normal circumstances, when encountering such a floating space tower in the astral boundary, at most, there would be one or two great wizards in the legendary realm. Many astral wanderers like to use the floating space tower as a base to explore and search in the endless astral boundary. The bold Githyanki's often attacked those astral boundary explorers by relying on their large numbers and their adaptation to the astral boundary. Under normal circumstances, if this kind of plunder was successful, the Githyanki's could get a lot of wealth. It seems that they treat us as targets to plunder. Soren couldn't help but smile, and he said to Gloria with some ridicule, "They're accelerating towards us. I have to say, I'm afraid these Githyanki's are going to be disappointed." If Soren wasn't there, with the strength of Gloria and Fallen, which alone, suddenly encountering a steel fortress of the Githyanki's in the astral boundary, the situation could still be dangerous. But if there is an intermediate divine power God in charge, then the situation would be completely different. Soren wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he was interested to see how these Githyanki's planned to rob him. Their banditry had spread throughout the multiverse. Perhaps the people above were preparing for a big fight. "You're really calm." Gloria glared at Soren angrily, and then said seriously, "The energy shield of the floating space tower is not stable. We can't let the Githyanki's destroy the structure of the floating space tower. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to teleport it back. And the elemental furnace is also inside. At present, the research of the floating space tower has spent about 5 million Kindler on it. If the Githyanki's destroy it, it's up to you then." Soren still had a relaxed expression at first, but after listening to Gloria's words, he suddenly became a little nervous. He was not nervous that he couldn't beat this group of Githyanki's, but he was worried that if the floating space tower was destroyed, what should he do then? With the current financial situation of Motor City, it was absolutely impossible to take out such a large sum of money to rebuild the floating space tower. Moreover, the floating space tower was now the lifeblood of Gloria and Fallen Witch. If it was really destroyed by the Githyanki's, Soren's life would not be as happy as it was now. Chapter 893. The floating space tower was actually very fragile. At least before the core energy protection force field of the floating space city of the Arcane Empire was understood, the current floating space tower's protection level was about equivalent to a large-scale, six-circle energy protection force field spell. Such a level of protection could only support Soren's full blow in the form of a god. It would only take a few attacks to fight against the Githyankis, and the floating space tower itself would have to withstand the damage. No one could say for sure what parts would be damaged in the process. As for the cost of maintenance, it was naturally high. The Earth elemental pool affected the gravity inside the floating space tower. The wind elemental pool affected the air inside the floating space tower. The fire elemental pool maintained the temperature of the floating space tower itself. The current role of the water elemental pool was not very obvious. At least before Gloria and Fallen, which were ready to expand, the water elemental pool did not play much of a role. The four elemental pools maintained the normal operation of the floating space tower in the astral world. In the face of the plundering of the Githyankis, Soren had to ensure that the elemental pool would not be attacked in addition to defeating them. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. The huge astral world fortress gradually approached. After seeing the huge iron lump in front of them, Gloria and Soren's eyes lit up. But the first to speak was Fallen Witch. She said seriously, Mordor City is currently preparing to make steel golems. At present, the steel reserves of Mordor City are not enough to sustain the consumption of a steel golem legion. And now, it seems that a huge iron lump is approaching us. According to the preliminary judgment, these steels are all simply enchanted with astral world materials. If we have them to make steel golems, the strength should be improved by a level. Mordor City lacks steel. No matter how hard Soren tried to strengthen the foundation of Mordor City, some things still needed time to accumulate. Originally, Soren's plan was to purchase a batch of enchanted forged steel from the Northern Witches, and then figure out a way by himself. However, based on the current situation, it seemed that there was no need for him to think of any other way. If they could tear down the steel fortress in front of them, it would definitely be more than enough for Mordor City to make a group of steel golems. The Githyankis had quite good forging skills. They wandered in the astral boundary all year round to plunder other creatures, and the materials used to make steel fortresses were naturally excellent. Something must be mentioned here. The steel fortress of the Githyankis was similar to a half-plane. They lived inside with militarized management. In addition to daily plundering, the Githyankis also cultivated food. That was right. They farmed inside the huge steel fortress. What did this mean? This meant that there was a good elemental balance within the steel fortress, and it even met the requirements for farming. With the simplest logical reasoning, it could be concluded that the gravity inside the steel fortress was very stable. The balance of the earth and water elements was enough for plants to grow. The fire element maintained the temperature very close to the material plane. The balance of the four elements directly transformed the steel fortress into a private kingdom that could be lived in for a long time in the astral plane, and it also met the requirements of the Githyankis in all aspects. Of course, this also meant that the entire steel fortress was very huge. A steel fortress represented a group of Githyankis, which may take them decades or even hundreds of years to complete. As the distance was getting closer little by little, Soren also estimated the diameter of the steel fortress. The height was about 100 meters, and the diameter should be close to 2 kilometers. It looked like a semi-permanent interstellar fortress. How many tons of steel is there? According to Soren's judgment, the interior of the astral fortress must be divided into residential areas, military areas, storage areas, farming areas, and so on. With the use of psionic power, the interior space was definitely larger than what it looked like from the outside. Judging from this, if this steel fortress was demolished, Soren's golem army would definitely consume a lot of energy. Be careful. They look like they're going to attack. As a mid-level god, Soren was keenly aware of the aura of psionic power. The birth of the astral fortress was inseparable from the psionic faction's creator, psionic creation. This was because the creator had a legendary-level psionic spell called Creation Spell. In short, it was to directly create a new half-bit wall in the astral plane. Genesis X Level 9 Psionic Spell. Create a new half-bit wall in the astral plane. The steel fortress in the distance was getting closer and closer. When a psionic power field began to cover the floating space tower, some psionic warriors of the Githyanki appeared above the steel fortress. The characteristics of their race allowed them to adapt to the environment of the astral plane. The psionic shield protected them and allowed them to live freely and independently in the astral plane for a long time. With their appearance, a strong energy glow appeared above the astral fortress, and then psionic shock waves directly hit the protective force field of the floating space tower. These Githyanki were smart. They understood that the effect of the protective force field was amazing. It could be directly understood as an invisible force field shield. Before the energy protective force field was broken, any of their attacks would suffer huge losses. The energy protective force field could block most of the physical damage, at least before it was broken. A high-grade wizard's deflected energy protective force field could even resist a wave of storm-like shooting attacks head-on. The Githyanki used psionic shock waves. They wanted to directly break the energy protective force field of the floating space tower. Fouling number 1. Start the elemental furnace. Open the magic lock. Start the magic lock protective force field. Gloria's reaction was also very fast. In an instant, she ordered the activation of the elemental furnace, and then the magic lock connected to the arcane tower was activated. With a surge of arcane energy, the surrounding astral sand directly formed a silver-white vortex due to the surge of energy. The invisible magic lock energy shield turned into a silver-white vortex because of the astral sand, like an extremely beautiful and dreamy nebula surrounding everyone. The psionic shock waves from the Githyanki seemed to sink directly into the sea. As one of the pinnacle achievements of arcane magic, the magic lock's protective ability was dozens of times stronger than the arcane tower itself. Unfortunately, it consumed too much energy. With the current energy supply of the floating space tower, the magic lock would soon be emptied of the stored arcane energy. Chapter 894. The existence of the magic lock made the Githyanki hesitate for a moment. But there was no way to stop their attack because the Githyanki also understood one thing. That was, at present, no magic lock could operate for too long, and if the magic lock was forcibly activated, it was easy to drain the energy in the elemental pool. The magic lock was originally born from the spell-weaving skills of the High Elves. After the Silver Age, the Ismit period, and the Arcane Empire period, the craftsmanship of the magic lock had gradually become almost perfect, but the larger the magic lock, the greater the consumption. Note, some magic information of the magic lock can be found in Baidu. The magic lock provided more constant magic buffs. Even during the Arcane Empire period, unless it was a floating city controlled by a core arcanist, ordinary floating cities could not use the magic lock to maintain the energy protection force field shield. At present, the magic lock covering the arcane tower provided the following 5 magic buffs: increased resistance, permanent; protection from evil, permanent; blessing, permanent; sharpness, active; and lightness, active. The magic lock was a special domain power. After the perfection of several glorious arcane civilizations, the existence of the magic lock was like a net that was constantly woven by extremely powerful spellcasters to add a variety of functions. At present, the magic lock grafted by the arcane tower was still in a relatively low-level state. It only added 3 permanent magic buffs and 2 large-scale magic buffs that could be activated, and they were basically aimed at demons. If the magic lock of the Arcane Empire period was to be really effective, Gloria and the Fallen, which also needed to incorporate special abilities such as anti-magic force field, as well as large-scale magic buffs that could be activated temporarily. The most powerful magic lock could even allow ordinary people within range to cast spells at will. But this required a lot of energy. The psionic warriors of the Githyankis have begun to land. Gloria's serious voice sounded. As her voice fell, several openings opened in the steel fortress in front, and then a group of thin and slender Githyankis quickly approached. They relied on psionic armor to move directly in the astral plane, and many of their psionic spells could also allow them to perform short and medium-distance teleportation. Intruders detected. Activate the defense system of the arcane tower. Activate the steel golem. Enter battle mode. A cold mechanical voice sounded. As the Githyankis landed inside the floating space tower, a door cracked open at the bottom of the arcane tower. Rows of steel golems in the underground storage room were directly activated, and then they walked to the surface of the floating space tower with heavy steps. The defensive power of an arcane tower naturally couldn't be limited to just a few spells. The golems were a very important part of it. There are quite a lot of enemies. Let's get this over with quickly. Soren thought for a moment and felt that it was better not to dawdle with these Githyankis. He directly asked the Fallen, can the super magic pulse cannon at the top of the arcane tower fire? Just fire at it. Then I will go in and take down the leader of the Githyankis. The Fallen glanced at Soren and slowly said, Sure. However, the reaction of the superconducting Mage Force pulse cannon was huge. I'm worried that we'll alarm these enemies. That was true. The superconducting Mage Force pulse cannon was very powerful, but its movement was also not small. However, the target was so large that there should be no problem in hitting it. Get ready to fire. Soren frowned and thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I'll cover. Fire one shot, and then pull this astral fortress back. Okay. The Fallen, immediately responded. Elemental Legion. In just a short while, the Githyankis had reached hundreds of people. Soren directly summoned the elemental stones that had not been used for a long time. He had never been afraid of the number of enemies. With the raging flames and dull footsteps, a fire elemental elder and an earth elemental elder appeared directly in front of Soren. They were like two walls blocking the path of the Githyankis. Originally, Soren wanted to summon the legendary Dryad, but for some reason, he hesitated when he summoned it and finally decided to give up. If he summoned it, Gloria would definitely ask him in the future. How should he explain this kind of thing? Whether it was the process of obtaining the ability to summon the Dryad or the function of summoning the Dryad. Obviously, he could not tell Gloria in detail. So Soren simply made more moves. Anyway, as a god, he had other summoning abilities. If he was forced into a corner, he might as well summon his demon avatar. Form change, divinity power. A golden light appeared in Soren's eyes, and he directly entered the form of the saint and activated his divine power. Then he waved his hand in front of him, and the land in front of him moved directly. In just a few seconds, it formed an earth wall about 5 meters high. The divinity power of form change could not only be used on himself, but also on anything else that was not divinity. Soren's exploration of the divinity power gradually increased over time. At present, the most important thing was to defend against the enemy's first wave of attack and avoid too much damage to the floating space tower. The steel golem is in position. You can do it now. Gloria's calm voice sounded, and at the same time, an unusually bright light gathered at the top of the arcane tower, pointing directly to the astral fortress in the distance. The steel golems formed a line of defense. With the earth wall created by Soren's divinity power, they directly blocked the advance of all the Githyankis. At this time, a silver-white streamer also appeared in Soren's palm. His figure directly turned into an afterimage and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he killed more than a dozen Githyankis and approached the steel fortress at the same time. Form change, divinity power. As if they were aware of the existence of Soren, the Githyankis immediately realized that there was another legendary rogue in the floating space tower. The next moment, There was a fluctuation of psionic transmission near Soren. It seemed that there was a very powerful psionic warlock coming to kill him. In this regard, Soren could not help but have a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He directly activated the divinity power that changed space and fixed the Githyanki's psionic warlock who had just arrived in place. As a mid-level divine power, Sauron was able to deal with these enemies with ease. Form change, divinity power, shadow realm, arcane realm, fear realm. Boom! A dazzling light shot out from the top of the floating space tower and instantly pierced through the steel armor of the astral fortress. At the same time, Soren's figure also rose into the air at this moment. His figure was shrouded in golden light, almost entering the demigod form. He did not activate all the realm powers he had, but only activated the shadow, arcane, and fear. At the same time, he used the ability of the divinity to change reality to block the area with a diameter of 1 kilometer with himself as the center. Since he had already opened fire, then he might as well reveal his true form and let these Githyankis die a little faster. It also clearly told them that this time they had kicked an iron plate. The characteristics of his saint form were very obvious, because it was almost impossible for mortals to activate so many realm powers and directly distort the surrounding reality at the same time. At the moment when Soren activated the demigod form and rushed forward, the Githyankis in the steel fortress fell into a panic. This was not only because of the negative status attached by the fear domain, but also because they realized that they seemed to have robbed the head of a saint. Although the Githyankis did not believe in any gods, they knew very well that any gods, even weak ones, were not something they could easily fight against. Teleport. Prepare for teleportation. All spiritualists, follow me to the upper level of the fortress immediately. A hoarse and panicked roar sounded. A Githyankis with a slightly old face rushed toward the upper level of the astral fortress, and there were also some special Githyankis nearby. They were teleportation warlocks. Want to run? Soren, who had activated the divine form, had sharp senses. His divine perception was almost locked on to all energy fluctuations. He could not help but have a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and slowly said, "You actually think you can run away from me? Naive." Soren's figure turned into a golden figure. With the ripples of divine power, the nearby space was forcibly controlled by him, and all teleportation channels were blocked at the same time. Space change divinity, large dimensional anchor. Chapter 895. Soren's figure instantly appeared inside the astral fortress. The pressure belonging to the gods enveloped all the Githyankis. Since the birth of the multiverse, the gods had always been above all things, whether it was the Mind Stealer Empire, the Silver Age, or the Arcane Age. Although the power of mortals could develop to a certain extreme and enter the peak of the multiverse, in the end, it was impossible to truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. As a consequence of the Mind Stealer Empire, although the birth of the Githyankis avoided the gods, they were still mortals after all. Dear Lord of Shadows, we didn't mean to offend your excellency. We didn't know your excellency was here. We didn't know. The leader of the Githyankis appeared in front of Soren. In the face of a mid-level god, especially when the astral fortress had been sealed, he finally gave up resistance and stammered, "We didn't mean to offend you." "Please." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Soren. He gently waved his hand, and with the brilliance of magic, a psionic warrior hiding in the corner who tried to sneak attack was killed on the spot. Finger of Death. With Soren's current spellcasting ability, it was almost impossible for mortals to be immune to his instant death spells. The psionic warrior of the Githyankis quickly lost all his life. The power of magic took away his soul, leaving only a pale body. You rob for a living. When you rob others, you should have been prepared to be robbed, right? Soren's attitude was very cold, without the slightest mercy. The other Githyankis suddenly felt a trace of despair after hearing his words. Not everyone dared to challenge a true god. Even Eugene, the divine ascender, had only challenged a lesser demon lord head-on. It was because of Soren that he fought against the Lord of Shadows. Other than that, Eugene had never challenged any god, not even a weak god. Although the Githyankis did not believe in gods, they knew how terrible any true god was. Not to mention Soren, who had mid-level divine power. It was easy to recognize Soren's presence, as the power of the shadows had already enveloped the entire fortress. Now you're all my captives and slaves. Everything you have is my spoils of war. I have the right to decide whether you live or die as I please. Of course, this is also according to your customs, the rules of the astral boundary. Speaking of this, Soren had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. The Githyankis were a relatively brutal race. Because of their experience of being enslaved by the Mind Flayers, they were also very cruel to other races. Killing and plundering were only part of it. Because of their history of cruel enslavement, the Githyankis liked to use psionic power to control and enslave the minds of other races. They were a group of bandits wandering in the astral world. Soren was the god of the Order faction. Therefore, he would not carry out meaningless killing. After the power of the Shadow priesthood shrouded the entire fortress, he decided to treat them according to the law of the astral boundary and the style of the Githyankis, turning them all into his slaves. Since he was a slave, his life and death were in his hands. You can try to resist. I know you're good at dealing with slaves who resist. But, similarly, I will also deal with those who try to resist in the same way as you. Soren's calm voice spread throughout the fortress, and the battle in the floating space tower had already stopped. The Githyankis did not dare to act rashly, because any of their actions could lead to Soren's merciless slaughter. The evil gods would sometimes reason with them, but those were their reasons, and they could only choose to obey or die. Soren would not forgive them. Before the Githyankis launched a plundering attack, they should have been prepared for failure. Mercy was meaningless, and resistance could only bring Soren some killing experience. So, now move the fortress close to the floating island. Soren looked at the Githyanki's leader, who was sweating profusely. As a warlord under the queen, the leader had the power of a high-grade legend, but in the face of Soren's divine pressure, he was like an ordinary person. That was the most fundamental difference between gods and mortals. Soren blocked all teleportation spells with the power of the space-changing divinity, and these Githyankis could not even escape now. And, if Soren used a group divine power shockwave, the result was likely to be corpses everywhere. The huge astral fortress began to move. Soon, Gloria and Fallen, which also appeared in the fortress. Gloria's expression was a little shocked at the moment. Although she had long known that Soren's power had surpassed her after he became a god, she was still shocked when she saw him easily suppress a Githyankis. That was the power of the gods. Even during the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, the power of the entire arcane civilization was only comparable to the gods. A sense of distance made her feel pressured. When she first met Soren, he was just an inconspicuous thief, but now she had to look up to him. The steel golem began to enter the fortress. Groups of Githyankis were escorted into the floating space tower. There were more than 5,000 Githyankis, and nearly half of them were combatants. The entire Githyankian race was scattered like this. Standing at the highest position was the Githyankian queen, who was close to an undead creature. Below her were many warlord leaders who controlled their respective astral fortresses and constantly plundered other races to live. The leader of the Githyankis watched helplessly as the steel golem escorted his people together like slaves. He wanted to resist Soren, but he knew that it would only bring the destruction of his race. He kept trying to call the allies of the Githyankis the legendary Red Dragon Covenant of the Mortals. Basically, in any Githyanki's astral fortress, there was at least one adult red dragon as an ally. The astral fortress in front of him had 3 adult red dragons as allies. When they encountered a powerful enemy, the leader could use the power of the covenant to summon them to help, and part of the wealth obtained from plundering would be shared with the evil red dragons. There was no response from the covenant. Even though the leader of the Githyanki's kept calling, no red dragon responded to his call. This group of evil and cunning dragons had betrayed the ancient covenant. After discovering that the enemy was a god, and a god with mid-level divine power, none of the 3 red dragons who had signed the covenant chose to help them fight, because coming over was just a suicide mission. Soren was also waiting. In fact, he had been waiting for the leader of the Githyankis to resist him. This astral fortress was not very big, so the space for a red dragon to move in was very small. This meant that the red dragon covenant of this race existed as a contract instead of directly raising the red dragon inside. He was waiting for the other party to summon a red dragon. A Githyanki's fortress had a lot of wealth, but if he could kill a dragon along the way, it would naturally be a good thing. There were fewer and fewer dragons in the material plane. Most of the dragons lived in Dragon Island and Dragon Kingdom. Even the gods would easily enter because it was the territory of the dragon god. If the leader of the other party could summon a few red dragons, Soren would be able to make another fortune. Unfortunately, it seemed that the cunning red dragons knew about the existence of Soren. He waited for so long, but he did not see any signs of resistance. The Red Dragon Covenant could not summon allies to help. The leader of the Githyankis gave up resistance because of despair. Soren's plan seemed to have failed. It should be related to him exposing the power of the divine spark too early. These red dragons were all too scared to come. Although these Githyankis were captured, how to deal with them was also a problem. This race was born with psionic power. As slaves, they must be controlled by very powerful creatures, such as mind flayers. The high priest should have a way. However, before they were branded as slaves, he was afraid that some shackles to seal their power would be prepared first. Great Shadow Lord. After really confirming that the Red Dragon Covenant had failed, the leader of the Githyankis finally completely gave up the hope of resisting Soren. However, he still didn't want his people to lose their freedom. So he walked to Soren with a bumpy mood and humbly lowered his head and said, "It is our fault to offend you. According to the rules of the astral plane, as losers, we should become your captives. However, I hope to make a deal with your excellency in exchange for the freedom of my people." Soren smiled and said slowly, "You are now my captives, and everything in the fortress belongs to me. I'm curious, what else do you have to trade with me?" The leader of the Githyankis said in a deep voice, "Yes, I have another message. I believe your excellency will definitely be interested in it. I hope to use it in exchange for the freedom of my people." Soren raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "What message?" The leader of the Githyankis looked at Soren with a firm gaze and said in a deep voice, "The ancient god's corpse floating in the astral plane. I hope to use a floating ancient god's corpse in exchange for the freedom of my people. We Githyankis have been floating in the astral plane all our lives, and only we know where some ancient god's corpses are. If your excellency is willing to give my people freedom, I am willing to tell your excellency the location of an ancient god's corpse. If your excellency is unwilling, then even if you kill me and torture my soul, you won't be able to get any information. The heart and soul of the Githyankis have been tested by the mind flayers. I believe your excellency should know about an ancient god's corpse and a group of insignificant slaves. Which one is more important?" Then, he used telepathy to tell Soren a location. It was a special place. It was very close to the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror, located in a special area near the order space. Respected Lord of Shadows. After the leader of the Githyankis told Soren the location of the ancient god's corpse, he carefully looked at his face and slowly said, "I have now told you the location of the ancient god's corpse. So can you let us go now?" Soren looked up at him and waved his hand to let the golems give the Githyanki's their freedom. However, just when the leader of the Githyanki's was about to return to the astral stronghold, Soren frowned and said in a deep voice, "Wait a minute. I only promised to give you freedom. I didn't promise to return the spoils that belong to me to you." Having said that, Soren stretched out his hand and spread out the contract in his palm. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked like a cunning devil and slowly said, "There is no such clause in the contract." The leader of the Githyanki's expression suddenly became stiff. Yes, he was thinking about how to let his people escape this disaster, but he didn't expect that according to the rules of the astral boundary, all the wealth of his clan would be Soren's spoils of war, and his request was only to give his people freedom. The contract only stated that Soren could not turn them into slaves and set them free, but there was no indication that he needed to return the astral stronghold to them. Damn evil god. Damn devil. Although he wanted to fight Soren to the death, the leader of the Githyanki's took a deep breath and tried to endure all this. He lowered his head and said, "Great Shadow Lord, without the astral stronghold, we can only become refugees in the astral boundary. Even if the master has freedom, there is no way to survive. Without the astral stronghold, this clan would be finished." The astral stronghold was equivalent to an independent half-bit wall. The birth of each astral stronghold required the high-grade legendary psionic warlocks of the Githyanki's to use Genesis to open up a half-bit wall and then slowly turn it into an astral stronghold. Without the astral stronghold, his people would lose their foundation. The warlord leader would also become a refugee, and the freedom he had just gained would be meaningless. The devil's trick. Everything Soren did was just a means used by the devils. As an orderly evil god, it was natural for him to use some of the evil means of the devils. Moreover, he didn't violate his contract at all. He had done everything that was said in the contract. As for these Githyanki's who couldn't even leave after losing the astral stronghold, that was not something he needed to care about. However, the leader of the Githyanki's in front of him was obviously a flexible guy. He immediately lowered his head humbly and said, "I don't know what we need to do for your excellency to return the astral stronghold to us." A smile appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth. He liked to deal with smart people, especially smart people who were sensible, so he slowly said, "This astral stronghold belongs to me. But such a big astral stronghold obviously takes up a lot of space. I think it would be a good thing if we could sell it as soon as possible." Sell it? When the leader of the Githyanki's heard this, his face suddenly twitched. He felt his heart ache, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "If that's the case, Your Excellency might as well sell this astral stronghold back to us." He took the bait. Regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, this was what Soren wanted, so he pretended to be surprised and said, Although I have promised to give you freedom, but you have just been my captives, and you have no money. If it weren't for my mercy, you wouldn't have left anything valuable on you. I'm curious, what did you use to buy such a valuable astral stronghold? I think maybe we should find another buyer of the Githyanki's. Maybe they will be willing to pay a high price." Next to him, Gloria had been silently watching everything in front of her, and Fallen, which also looked at Soren curiously. It was not until this moment that the two legendary witches knew the real purpose of Soren. When they heard this, they couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise, and then a playful smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Because Soren was really bad. Wasn't it obvious that he had dug a huge pit and waited for the leader of the Githyanki's to jump into it? This was obviously a trap. Furthermore, it was an unprecedentedly huge pit. But knowing that this was a super huge trap, the leader of the Githyanki's still jumped into it without hesitation, because if he didn't jump, he would lose everything. The anger of his people alone was enough to tear him apart. "I'll buy it." The leader of the Githyanki's gritted his teeth and said, "Although we don't have any wealth now, but just give us some time, we can buy it." Contract. I hope Your Excellency can give us a contract on credit, as long as Your Excellency can return the astral stronghold to us first. No matter how much it costs, we will slowly return it to Your Excellency. Soren finally showed a smile and said lightly, "I am a kind person. Since you are so sincere, then it's not impossible for us to talk about it. If you only use gold to pay for the astral stronghold, then it's obviously very difficult. But I am a very kind god, so I can accept your payment in various ways, such as diamonds, weapons, equipment, minerals, soul crystals, rare materials, and so on. Now, let's assess the value of this astral stronghold first, and then we can slowly finalize the contract," Soren said with a smile, and his voice became much more cordial. However, the leader of the Githyanki's in front of him looked as if he was facing a great enemy, because he knew that the whole clan was going to be cheated. For a long time in the future, he was afraid that he would have to work for the evil god in front of him for free to pay the ransom of the astral stronghold. But at this time, he couldn't care so much. Anyway, the ransom was paid by the whole clan. As long as he could keep his position as the leader, it would be fine. As for Gloria and Fallen, which next to him, their eyes became brighter and brighter as they listened. In the end, they couldn't help but laugh. If they could have a Githyanki's clan to serve them and collect all kinds of rare materials, then their future research work would be much easier. Today, this group of Githyanki's came to rob, but they didn't expect that after Soren's means, they would become children of wealth who came to give them a big gift. Now, they finally knew why the city of Mordor could rise so quickly in the hands of Soren. Such means he was as cunning as the devil. However, at this moment, the more they looked at Soren, the happier they felt. An evil god of a lawful evil camp didn't need any reason to cheat people. The two legendary witches felt that this approach was in line with Soren's identity. Even the Githyanki's felt that there was nothing wrong because the other party was a powerful evil god. He just fell into the evil god's trap because he was too careless. The good thing about the evil gods was that they would never be bound and kidnapped by morality. P.S. If you write for too long, you'll get tired. You can't write anything on the computer, but after resting for a while, you will feel uncomfortable if you don't write something. Announce a reader group, Soren's Stronghold, Mordor City 181397040. You can catch me in it. Please bring your own Master Pokeball. Chapter 897. That was the reality. As an evil god, Soren didn't hesitate to cheat the leader of the Githyanki's, but as the leader of the Githyanki's, he also didn't hesitate to cheat his own people. After Soren ordered the steel golems to gather the captives of the Githyanki's, the leader of the Githyanki's, named Karnost, didn't hesitate to sell all his people. According to the contract he signed with Soren, he couldn't mention anything about the ancient god's corpse. Otherwise, he would violate the contract and be punished by Soren. So, in the mouth of the cunning Githyanki's warlord named Karnost, he became a great hero who saved his people. Because he accidentally angered a terrible evil god, the entire Githyanki's became lowly captives. And at this time, their brave leader stood up. Not only did he dare to face the terrible evil god Soren, but he also dared to bargain with him. In the end, he relied on his glib tongue to persuade the terrible evil god. He made him agree to give all the Githyanki's freedom in exchange for enough offerings and ransom in the future to satisfy his greedy and endless desires. Soren temporarily left after releasing these Githyanki's. The whole venue was given to Karnost to perform. This guy's acting skills were definitely at the level of a movie king, and his ability to deceive and coax was also first class. He forcibly distorted the whole process. He changed himself from a stupid leader who made a wrong judgment and caused his people to provoke Soren to a wise, brave, and decisive person. When the whole race was close to destruction, he relied on his own strength to persuade the terrible evil god. He negotiated with the evil god with enough rewards in the future and finally persuaded him to give everyone freedom, and even took back their astral fortress from the evil god. Of course, as for how terrible the debt the whole race owed, the clever Karnost only mentioned it a little. Anyway, it was just that bad. If it really didn't work, they had 10, 20, 30, or 50 years to pay it back. The Githyanki's relied on plundering for a living, and there were many valuable mineral wealth in the astral world. With the power of a race, they could always pay off the debt owed to the evil god. No matter what, Karnost, the leader of the Githyanki's, used his own means to maintain his position, and at the same time, his reversal of the situation inadvertently increased his reputation. Soren had no objections to this. He only wanted benefits that he could see. As for what Karnost used to confuse his clansmen, that wasn't something he should ask, since the contract had been completed. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. Soren commanded the steel golem to enter the treasure vault of the Githyanki's, and then moved out all the valuable things inside. According to Karnost, this wealth was used in exchange for their freedom. As for the debt, it was the ransom for the astral fortress. Soren was a very kind guy, so he only took away gold, minerals, rare materials, and all kinds of things that Gloria and Fallen Witch liked. He did not completely empty the Githyanki's house. At least he left them enough food and weapons. The preliminary estimate is about 8 million Kindler. Gloria's appraisal ability was excellent. She quickly calculated it and said to Soren, "The Githyanki's have hoarded a lot of metal minerals, which should be enough for us to make more than 500 steel golems. The value of the soul crystals can't be calculated, but there are more than 300 of them. As for some other things, I'm afraid we have to go back and appraise them before we can determine their specific value." Soren nodded to show that he understood. These were actually small amounts of money. The debt of 36 million Kindler that the Githyanki's owed was the real, amazing gain this time. The astral fortress was equivalent to an independent half-bit wall. Soren calculated it according to the price of a small kingdom. Even if he gave the other party a discount, the debt owed in the end was still as high as 36 million Kindler. This was a debt that was neither too much nor too little. If it was too much, the other party would feel that it was impossible to pay it back, so it was easy for some accident to happen. But this price, according to the calculation of the Githyanki's, was at most the harvest of the tribe for 10 or 20 years. If they were lucky enough to find the diamond meteor of the astral world or rob a very rich guy, then they could pay it back in 5 or 10 years. With the endless wealth of the astral world and the ability of the Githyanki's to plunder and harvest, it was no problem to get 1 or 2 million Kindler worth of things a year. If it weren't for so many precious resources in the astral world, the Arcane Empire wouldn't be so obsessed with exploring the astral world. The whole process of the handover was very smooth. Soren moved everything he wanted, and the Githyanki's took back their astral fortress. In any case, the tribe was finally maintained. After Karnost temporarily escaped from Soren's hands, he immediately prepared to teleport away with his people. He really didn't want to see this evil god again. At least, that was the case until the next installment payment was made according to the contract. He was now ready to take his people to the lower plane. In order to repay the huge debt owed to Soren, he had to do a few more business without any capital. As for the debt, it was still impossible. Soren had left a mark. For a mid-level evil god, no mortal could escape his debt. As long as he wanted to find the other party, it would be useless even if these Githyanki's fled to the ends of the earth. Looking at the Githyanki's fleeing in panic, Gloria finally couldn't help laughing. Fallen Witch also smiled as if she was in a very good mood at the moment. She said, "I didn't expect the harvest of this trip to the astral world to be so great. It seems that we have to come a few more times in the future." Soren also smiled and said in a deep voice, "It's impossible to be so lucky every time. This time, the Githyanki's came to our door. The probability of encountering other creatures in the vast astral world is not high. If we encounter a wandering astral world beast, I'm afraid we can only fight." A large number of materials were piled up in the storage room of the Arcane Tower. With such a great harvest this time, there was naturally no need to continue to collect the astral sand. The Githyanki's also stored this silver-white substance, and the weapons they forged were also mixed with the astral sand. Gloria began to activate the arcane tower to lock the coordinates, while Fallen, which activated the elemental furnace to prepare for teleportation. With such a large number of materials, their next research could last for a long time. As for Soren, his attention turned to another aspect. Clock's Nirvana mechanical mirror? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought and murmured, "A dangerous area that only high-level legends can set foot in. I didn't expect the ancient god's corpse to be in such a place. It's a bit troublesome. Things had to be done step by step. There were a lot of things to prepare to explore the Nirvana mechanical mirror. After all, this place was famous for having as many legends as dogs." You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.